Yeah, perfect.
Milpitas, I'm your 2023 Board President. Welcome to this meeting of the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education. We appreciate your attendance and participation in our education proceedings, which aligns with the Ralph M. Brown Act for open meetings. Tune into our hybrid style meetings online on either Zoom or YouTube or in person inside the boardroom. Tonight, we will open with a special study session on culture, climate, and engagement. Public comments can be made while you're logged on to Zoom or if you're in person, YouTube. However, is a listen-only option. If you're unable to do either of these, please visit our written public comments webpage for instructions on how to submit your written public comment. 1 2-minute public comment per person is allowable for each item. At this time, we'd like to call the meeting to order. Scott, roll call, please.
Okay. Board Member Zhang.
Here.
Board Member Naka.
Here.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan.
Here.
Board VP No.
Here.
And Board President Norwood.
Here.
All accounted for.
Thank you. Student board reps will be joining us later during the public session. This time, I'm looking for a motion to review and approve the study session agenda.
Move to approve the study session agenda.
We have a motion to approve the study session agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. That was almost a tie. It looks like that was going to Anu. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? Seeing none. Motion carries. Comments from the public regarding the study session. Scott, are there any comments from the public?
We have no public comment at this time.
Thank you. At this time, we will proceed with the study session, 5A, Culture, Climate, and Engagement Study Session.
Good evening, Board and Executive Cabinet. I'm just waiting as we move to our slides. Sorry, yeah, if you could start with the second one. Great. So you're in for a treat today. We have a experiential board study session planned for you. So one thing that I have learned to get better at is giving some time estimates of how long things should take. So this afternoon, we will engage in circle practice. It's something you've heard us talk about. Circle practice is part of a larger umbrella of restorative practices. We intend for that part of the meeting to take 30 to 40 minutes. It will be experiential. We will ask you to share and give you that time structure just so that you think about when you're sharing your airtime and sharing the airspace. Then after that, after the experiential learning, we'll kind of come back into this format and dig into our culture and climate data and then present to you some research as well as the solutions or novel solutions that we want to ask for your advocacy and support around. We want to break for questions at the climate and culture data, as well as at the end, we can sort of take holistic questions from you. So on the next slide, you can also see our big goals for today. The umbrella objective is to share the research findings around exclusionary practices and what those can mean for student outcomes. But as part of learning around that, we think the experience of being part of a circle is going to be really important. So it's learning by doing. That's a phrase that we often use in education. In a way that we think active professional development works, that you are often engaging in the practice that you are then being asked to learn about or replicate. And then we also want to contextualize the restorative practices work in the context of our comprehensive student support system. So we'll kind of show you how the pieces fit together today. So at this time, I would like to invite all of our board members, our cabinet members and then also our community members that are here to join us in the circle and to engage in the participation. I'm also going to let our online audience know that for this part, we're going to mute the rest of the circle part of the meeting, because the goal of the circle is really focused on community building, and we want to allow people to be really present and to share at their level of comfort, but also know that it's not going to go out to other places that they're not aware of. Okay, so thank you. Please, you don't need to, if you have an object that you brought with you, please go ahead and bring that into the circle. You don't need anything else.
All right, thank you everyone for engaging in that circle practice. Again, we'll come back to the last components at the very end. In the slides, we also now have some, background content information to anchor you to why we engage in practice in this way, what it's connected to. We already spoke a little bit about restorative practice roots, and those being from ancient wisdom, from indigenous practices, through healing circles and community building and problem solving. I just want to call your attention to the 6 principles that we utilize that undergird restorative practices as a whole, not just circles, but any of the practices, and Derek will go into that in just a second. These are adapted from ones that are used at Oakland Unified, San Lorenzo, and San Francisco. And 2 that I really want to highlight that we want to focus on is that we're building the community through relationships. That's where that 80% is that Rajep was just mentioning. And that we're really doing with others. We're not doing to, and then Derek will speak about that in just a second.
All right, thank you. Next slide, please. No, we have the clicker. Oh, that's okay. All right. All right, thank you so much, Sandra. So those 6 principles we can then apply using the strategies from the 3 tiers of restorative practice. It's important to note that restorative practices is not limited to community building circles, but it's a great way to get to know all of our students, all of our peers. And as Rajep noted earlier, 80% of restorative practices takes place at the tier 1 level. We're reaching all students, all educators, all adults on campus. Because if those tier 1 strategies, those tier 1 restorative practice strategies aren't in place, then when problems do arise, or at the tier 2, tier 3 level, there's nothing to restore to. Students won't see the effectiveness of a restorative conference if those foundational trusting relationships and that sense of community wasn't there. So some strategies that we can use are, again, the community building circles, the check-ins like we did earlier, small impromptu conversations, social emotional learning strategies. But when problems do arise, like they will, and tier 2, you'll see how the strategies are interconnected with the tier 1 strategies. For example, I think Rajep stated this earlier as well, if there aren't community building circles taking place consistently, it's very difficult to do our problem solving circles, like Damon noted. Now he's ready, now he's done the community building circle. Peer mediation, restorative questions and conversations, and as well, if those small impromptu conversations aren't in place, it's difficult to do those small impromptu conferences. Then at the tier 3 level, as an alternative to suspensions, there are formal conferences and repairing harm circles where we can bring in trusted peers, trusted adults that, again, going back to tier 1, that may have been formed with those students so that you can bring in those trusted adults to those conferences. And say, for example, that a student is suspended, instead of just throwing them back to the school community, you may want to do a re-entry circle. This may be good for several of our schools who have had several students who have been suspended multiple times. In this case, you would talk to the student, plan something out, work with an agenda, work with the goal in mind so that the student can have peers to check in with when they start to feel a certain way so that they don't make the same mistakes again. And then over to the next slide. So our social, I should maybe not hold this, okay. Our social discipline window is something that's introduced by the International Institute of Restorative Practices. And what this basically demonstrates is that restorative practices is not a bunch of procedures or strategies that we just do. It's a mindset shift that needs to take place in our minds. And what this is 4 quadrants that, for the most part in a school setting, demonstrate where a teacher's or an educator's mind is when they are responding to student behavior. So and I'm going to use a story from Rose Elementary to demonstrate this. So the story goes, and this happened very recently, there was an incident at recess and lunch, and gradually over multiple weeks, students were playing soccer, they were beginning to name call, push and shove, until finally it got, finally Ryan and Nancy, were made wind of it, and so they intervened. And so one option, you think about how this had normally been handled, one option is the punitive, which is high in control, low in support, that's blaming, stigmatizing. finding the students who are name calling, finding the students who are pushing and shoving, and punishing them, whether it's through detention, suspension, losing recess time. That's one option. Now, low on control and low on support is neglect. That's ignoring or just surviving. Nancy and Ryan may have said to themselves, you know, we have a talent show coming up. It's almost December break. Let's just let the yard duties handle this, right? That's another option. Or permissive, and permissive is often confused with restorative practices. That's where we are rescuing or we're acting for the students. We're problem solving for the students. So what Nancy and Ryan may have done is they may have stepped in and say, here are our new guidelines. Here is what we're going to do now. And so the students would follow those rules initially, but there wouldn't be much buy-in from them. And so our goal as a district is restorative practices. And so what Ryan and Nancy did is when they intervened, they pulled all the students into two groups because it was a large group of students. And in these two groups, they asked them questions like, hey, what's going on? Who was harmed? Who caused the harm? And what the students began to notice is they initially thought that they were like the target of everything, but they started to notice that, oh, multiple students are being affected here, and they started to realize the impact their actions and their behavior had on the whole community of soccer players. And so they agreed to follow the soccer rules, they agreed to not push and shove or name call anymore, and they all lived happily ever after. Just kidding. The update on this story is that most of the soccer players who had agreed to these norms continue to follow them because that's something that they put in place. But a couple of the soccer players were still pushing and shoving and name calling. And so the students, instead of pushing and shoving back or going and complaining and like just saying, hey, solve this problem for us, they went to Nancy and Ryan and said, hey, we problem solved, we talked through this issue. We need to have adults out here being the judges and being the referees to help us, you know, do things peacefully. And so ideally, that's what we want for our students to take ownership, to take accountability and responsibility for their own actions, their own sense of community, and their own part in the larger school place.
Okay, so you've heard a lot from myself and the team around our code of conduct that we put into place a couple of years ago, and embedded in that is this shift in behavior response and really recognizing that behavior is a form of communication. It's not always just because, like we said in circle practice, it's not about the person or the student, because it could be our staff sometimes being bad, right? It's often they need to learn still, or it's a response to something that is going on. And so a lot of what we do in restorative practices is about relationship building. And then when something comes, it really opens up a dialogue to be able to problem solve. So the code of conduct, I know you have access to it, but if you need easy access, it is linked there. And then embedded in our code of conduct, we had asked our sites to start to practice and pilot these 4 culture and climate responses. One is classroom expectations, and in the code of conduct, you will find district exemplars for classroom expectations, actually school-wide expectations, and then the classroom teacher can work alongside their class and their students to develop their own classroom expectations. We are piloting circles, and again, mostly at the community building level, but we have, and you board members have been a part of some of those processes as well. When we think about needing to repair some harm, students have taken part in the restorative circles as well. And I do want to invite Ariana to share at Calaveras Hills. They have practiced circles for a number of years, and so she's just going to share some of her insights, and you can do it from there, you can come up to you.
So you want me to just explain what we did?
Or share the highlights, or what do you like about circles?
I like how informative we could get with the circles. Like, you could sit next to someone in class and know nothing about them, but when you're in the circles, you get to know a little bit about them and how they are as a person. Like, people represent themselves the way they speak, and I think it's just get to know the people around you, and like you guys said earlier, you're able to get vulnerable and see a side of people that people don't usually present on the outside. So I like that, and I like how it's like structured. Like we get to have a check-in on how we're feeling, like because most of the time we're not always feeling up to talk or express ourselves and stuff like that. But over time, like if the energy is right around you, then you get into it more. Is
Great. Thank you, Ariana. And she's just highlighting again the importance of relationships, right? You can be sitting along your classmate, your colleague, and not know much about them. But it really does help to strengthen the relationship and the collegiality you then experience when tough times come around. We have asked for frequent positive recognition that sometimes happens more easily at the elementary level. And when we think about secondary, it's just awards, assemblies, or maybe in the classroom. But I was happy to be with MHS staff today and hearing that they are practicing or piloting positive parent phone calls. And so I actually have some quotes from parents. A parent said, "My heart was in my throat because I never get a call about my son for something positive." Another parent said, I was actually giggling because I didn't expect the phone call to be something positive. I kept waiting for like the mic to drop of what's going wrong, but it never did. And so that is also helping our staff and our teachers to build relationships with our community so that if something tough does come up, or say, you know, your student didn't do well on this assessment or didn't complete this assignment, it's much easier to have that conversation because you have built that relationship. I also heard some of the MHS principals saying they actually heard a student at a football game sharing with their friend, someone called, our principal called and said something positive to my parent, and now it's just opened up this new level of conversation in my household. So the fact that kids are sharing it with their friends is really, you can just see the impact of that positive recognition. The other thing we've asked is for our administrators to push into the space where students are dysregulated, because that's really the space where they need help with the next time something comes up where they feel dysregulated. How do I self-regulate so it doesn't get to this point where I'm being disruptive or I'm doing something that could cause harm? Next slide, thank you.
Marissa, did you say that was at the high school or at the secondary? Is it the high school or the entire
phone
secondary
calls,
level?
The phone calls, MHS, I just learned today, is starting to pilot positive phone calls.
And is that a pilot program just for the high school or at the entire secondary level?
So we have asked that there's positive recognition, but we haven't said to sites how that would look. We want it to be based on what their community, you know, deems best or how they could respond best to their community. So we haven't said how to do it. So right now, it's just from what I know, MHS is doing that. But I think there's lots of teachers on our staff who make those positive phone calls. I think we even had that goal for ourselves at the beginning of the year in terms of attendance, right? Establishing that very early on so we can get our students and our families engaged.
So what is, if you don't mind me asking, what is the timeline? I know that you didn't say the how, but in terms of thinking of a phased approach in the school year, what are the windows of time that you would like to see if you could kind of wish for how this moves forward through the course of a school year?
Positive recognition or restorative practice as a whole?
Combination of both.
So I would hope that we kicked off with something in the very beginning of the year before students even come onto campus, that there's some educational or professional development for staff, and not just our teacher, not just our classroom teachers. It has to be also with our classified staff, because oftentimes students are connecting with secretaries or the health clerk or the custodian. And so making sure everyone's aware of restorative practices, and it also comes with parent engagement and parent education. So I know we as a team have presented to CBAC and started to educate parents in that way. So they've also done an experiential circle with us. But it would be very early on and then coming back to it. And I know some of our sites have partnered either with our team or outside people who can come in and partner with their staff to make sure this professional development continues, either in staff meeting spaces, or I know it happened during November PD. And so that there's time for teachers and staff to actually pilot throughout the year and then reflect. And so hopefully if they're just piloting this year, it's fully into place come next school year.
So you'd like to see district-wide convenings, school site convenings. They choose how at the beginning of the year with staff and then some sort of support of parents, and then at the beginning of the year when we come back from break, and then somewhere before the home stretch, like the final push toward the end of the year. And you believe that that would be very helpful to the entire secondary level.
Secondary and elementary, when we think about just all of the data pieces we've shared with all of you, academic, behavior response, attendance, those are about how we are engaging our students and our community. And restorative practices, again, it's about relationship building. And so if we're doing that well at tier 1, we aren't going to see the suspension numbers the way we are. Our administrators are not going to have to be spending so much time at tier 2 and tier 3. And we can really focus on instruction and then meeting the needs, the lower level needs of our students instead of responding to things as they arise.
So it was the purpose of our activity to, in a sense, show what you would like to see the school sites be willing to do on their own, with some guidance from the district office?
Sorry, the purpose of why we
sorry.
did this today? I think the purpose of why we did this today is because we wanted you to experience it, so it wasn't us telling you. Circles build community, but that you could feel it, right? When you feel it, when you experience it, you're going to believe it more and believe it longer.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think just to build on Marissa's answer, I think she outlined really the professional development, the sequence that we would want to have over time. In terms of the cadence in classrooms, I think it needs to be very intentional the very beginning of the year, and then recursive, like on a weekly level almost. You want to have that right at the very beginning of a school year. You can hear me. At the very beginning of a school year, you might do that activity where everyone's bringing everyone is bringing an object and bringing committing that to the classroom circle. But then after that, you can be doing the games on a weekly basis. You can do that, as Sandra had said, as a brain break. You might recognize as like, oh, the energy in the room is stressful right now. Maybe you're doing something before a test to help people loosen up, or after lunch because you noticed something happened, or so on. So it is meant to then happen consistently throughout the school year. Okay. Does anyone else want to add to that? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll speak quickly. I will speak to the calls because I was in our SLT meeting at MHS when we talked about it. And it was kind of a, I don't think it was random for Greg, but it was sort of, hey, here's this idea. An email was sent out. Teachers were asked to do that the same day. So we got feedback from our department chairs in our SLT, and they really loved it. One of our PE folks was saying, you know, I wasn't in the best mood, and I was like, oh, why do we have to do this today? We have so much to do. And then called a parent, and that person, similar to what Rob said, is that, you know, my energy was a 1 when I started that day, and it's at a 7 now because I talked to a parent who was thrilled that we called. Another staff member who usually pushes back or kind of is the contrarian of the group also said that he did it and got hit 5 out of the 6 families that he called, and also had the same experience of they were amazed that we were calling. It was a really great communication, even though nobody really spent more than like 3 minutes on the phone with the parents. But it was a surprise on that end, and a really beautiful way of building community, because we want it to be a two-way street. We want parents to call us when there's things happening so that we don't find out because of a behavior of a student, and we want to be able to tell the parents when their kids are doing amazing things, and then we have something to restore back to when something happens.
So what we want to do now is link this practice with our data and really just highlight a need that we have and how this practice helps to meet that need. So to talk through the data is Hazel.
Okay, ready for some data. Fall 2023, we had excitingly the highest participation from our students on the climate and culture surveys. So we can see that both at the elementary and secondary levels, we had 84% participation. the highest in the 3 years that we've been administering this survey. And then especially given that the survey is one of our tools to collect metrics around students' perception of equity and inclusion, we are really proud to present that we had very comprehensive representation amongst our different student groups. So amongst our Black student population, we had 84% participation at elementary and 82% participation at secondary. Amongst our Hispanic Latinx students, we had 81% participation at elementary and 78% at secondaries. The survey was offered in Spanish as well as English, and we had 80 to 84% of our English learners participating at the elementary and secondary levels respectively. So a lot to celebrate in terms of students completing the survey. One area for growth that we do have is that 56% participated amongst our elementary students with disabilities, and 74% amongst our secondary special ed students. So one next step that we could have is exploring ways to adapting or modifying the survey so that it's accessible by more of our learners. Next slide.
So you're saying that the reason why the data is, the numbers are where they are, you believe that it's an accessibility issue?
We can speak to, I mean, the team did a lot in terms of getting the high participation from our elementary and secondary schools. And then in terms of our elementary special ed population that had 56%, you know, the format of the survey in itself for our 3rd to 6th graders, it is mostly text-based with some icons. So that could be one way that we adapt to be accessible.
So part of the issue is accessibility. We also don't have 100% buy-in, right? So it's not happening everywhere in every single class. We try to set up our practices and processes as best as we can, but there's still room for improvement there.
Thank you.
Okay, so the schools received comprehensive climate and culture dashboards, and those dashboards went into the big pictures and the student level responses on multiple domains or categories of the surveys questions that we asked. But tonight, we're going to focus in on how our Milpitas students responded to the sense of belonging domain. This is because the sense of belonging questions were constant over every administration of the survey. So sense of belonging measures how much students feel that they are valued members of the school community. The questions that are asked in this domain include, how well do people at your school understand you as a person? How much respect do students at your school show you? Or how much do you feel like you belong at your school? And so if you look here at the graphs, we see that in fall, over 3 years, after about a month of relationship building, we can see that the overall sense of belonging scores are relatively stable throughout across the years. So in general, elementary students report a higher sense of belonging rating, so average 73% across 3 years, and then secondary is an average of 59%. We'll go to the next slide.
Somebody want to say something about that?
Oh, we can go back.
On the 59%, I mean, you speculated earlier on why we didn't have the participation for special education students not having full campus buy-in or not having full buy-in, accessibility of the culture and climate survey, but now you have some longitudinal sense of belonging. Is someone going to speak to that later, or we're just going to move on to the next slide? Okay. Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so on this slide, we zoom in to the specific questions that are asked in the sense of belonging domain. Some notable data points. When we look at the elementary level on the left side, we can see incremental growth in terms of the rating for how well students feel that others understand them. There's over 80% satisfaction ratings in regards to how much elementary students feel that they feel supported by the adults at their school, and also at how much they feel they belong at their schools. At the secondary level, if you look at that second question, how connected do you feel to the adults at your school? We can see that there's significant growth there. So an increase of 9% over 3 years. And then another thing to note is the third question is how much respect do students at your school show you? So we can kind of see both at elementary and secondary levels a steady decline over 3 years. So a decline of maybe about 5% over 3 years. And so thinking about this decline in terms of the students, thinking about the respect other students, their peers are showing them, I think it ties really well into this topic of restorative practices as a framework for how educators and how educational leaders are going to foster positive peer-to-peer interactions and relationships among students. So at this point, this is a little bit more detailed in terms of the longitudinal, but any other questions that you had?
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate the additional approach and looking a little bit deeper into it. I think for your own analysis, what year did we start doing this?
2021.
We weren't doing a climate survey before that? That was a different one. Okay. Because I'd just like you to see the surveys pre-COVID, you know, so you guys can get a look at not any, you know, just for your own edification, the majority of you, some of you weren't here before COVID, so you could see the feelings of the campuses and the before on the previous, so that you could really get a good view of just where we've been pre and post, because now even though we're acting like we're post-COVID, we know that we're still dealing with a lot of implications from it. So how do we take this data, you know, in a realistic but also anecdotal way? That might be something available for you guys to look at.
Yeah, and I don't know about data or how well it would fit with the current foundation of the way we're asking the survey questions, but it is a great question. And I think it is also just interesting to see that this is data from fall of 2021 to now. And so any of the growths that we're seeing, especially the ones both elementary and secondary in terms of how connected students are feeling to the adults now that they're back on campus and with them in physical classrooms, is something to celebrate, right? And then again, always reflecting on where we can improve, thinking about how in just 40 minutes, we as adults participated in this restorative circle. And, you know, as a new person, I feel like I have a tighter connection with all of you, imagining what this looks like when it's implemented on a weekly and regular basis in our classrooms, what that would do for students' perception of their peers' respect and how much respect they feel from classmates. Yeah.
And I wanted to speak to this piece. I'll use this just so it's more stable. And President Norwood, you nailed it. The pandemic has had a huge impact on our students, and I don't know that we've really appreciated it. I brought with me a sign. I had a few weeks ago, I had a student brought to me because she was wandering. She doesn't often go to class when she comes to school, but she was very upset, and they brought her to my office, and she couldn't speak, so I gave her my little paddle board to write on. And she said, "Today I'm having a bad day and I came for a break because I really don't want to be here at this school and I really need to fix my grades. I got all Fs and 1 D. Can you help me?" So this student has been coming to my office twice a week, and we've been working on her math homework and her ELA homework, I should say. But this is a student who is in our suspension data. This is a student who is in our attendance data as one who has been in trouble and one who has not shown up to school. She does not feel connected. And I ask my kids all the time why our 9th graders didn't get 6th grade camp. And many of them have explicitly called that out. They waited so long to have 6th grade camp, and that was gone because of COVID. Yeah. And unfortunately, as us adults, we were surviving COVID too. We didn't put that back in place for them. Yeah. And they are missing that very, very greatly. And I think our 8th graders who were in 5th grade and also missed the 6th grade camp because of the 2021 year, we're going to feel that as well. And one of the pieces I wanted to speak to is, you know, one of the slides talks about our suspension data, and it's very important data to look at. Quantitatively, it tells us we are disproportionate, and that is important. But if we only look at that data and we talk about race as the only issue, that's the low-hanging fruit. That's really easy. We have to go deeper, and you all are wonderful about talking about the story. The qualitative data, and I know this anecdotally because I work with these kiddos when they come back, our Black students are assaulting other Black students. Our Latino students are assaulting other Latino students. And when I do mediation with them, they do not feel connected to school, and they do not feel connected to each other. We, as the adults, need to do that tier 1 piece where we are bringing our students together to get to know each other and that vulnerability. Because in this circle and in the class I was just in, when the coroner said, life is precious, you know, appreciate every moment you have with kids, and I could see that hit the kids, they haven't had that moment to sit with each other and talk about not school stuff. They were at home, and then they were back at school, 6 periods a day, no break. We didn't really facilitate a conversation with them about what was that like. But the kids are feeling the effects, and they are feeling the losses that they felt during the pandemic. So my hope is that this data goes up, because we have an amazing staff at MHS and all of our schools who are focused on this and want our kids to be engaged. But this is one of our kiddos that she does not feel connected to school and doesn't feel connected to her fellow students because that was taken away from them. So we have to repair that. It's a lot of work to do, but we can do it, and we're in the right place to do it. So.
Thank you. Superintendent Jordan, time check.
Executive Director Johari is going to take us to our closing statements.
Yes, thank you. So Scott, if you don't mind, we're going to skip some slides. We're going to, yes, keep going. Yeah, keep going. We're going to go to second to last slide. Yes, there we go. So I think just to wrap up, right, this is similar to the slides that Derek was presenting on, like what falls into tier 1, tier 2, and 3. And so what's really important is to understand that this is a continuum of services, and that you can't do them as one or the other or just random. They have to fit with each other. They have to layer onto each other. Connected to what Nicole is saying, other aspects that we need to layer on is bringing back, reviving our student and family affinity groups as well. So that building of connection needs to happen, and whether Circle is a format that happens there or is just we're bringing people together and they're sharing and building those connections, those are the ways to move forward. So our ask today, the way that we wanted to close, is to, hopefully you had a chance to at least peek into that article that we sent. We know that restorative practices are controversial, that there can be misunderstandings about them as well, that it's about leniency, that there's no accountability, that there isn't follow through on what happens. So we ask that as leaders in the community, as the ones that guide us with policy, that you support with that mindset shift, right? And that this work takes time. The other thing that needs to get layered onto this, and I think there were great questions coming from the board, is like, what's your timeline? When and how is this happening, right? So the next slide also talks about, if you don't mind flipping to that, Scott, is the work's not always sequential. The adaptive changes, the mindset changes, the community building is happening as the relational pieces are happening. We then also have to adapt our systems to do that. And so we're doing that, whether it's in ARIES and how we track this, how the expulsion process or the suspensions, how those processes also happen. So there are shifts happening on all levels as the system gets built up. And I think to pair what Scott said, we need patience as that's happening, and we need you also helping to spread and share with people, this work takes time, it's happening. Do you see the root here? Do you see a sprout here? So that's how we wanted to close. Thank you. You want me to say what? Oh, there's books there for you. They're welcome. We know some of you asked for more resources so you can learn more about them. We're kind of operating as a library on that. Check them out, peruse them, and then share them back with us so that we can continue. We use them with our administrators as well. So, we were going to do a one-word checkout. What is something that you are feeling right now? And I know we're pressed for time and have a closed session agenda that's pretty hefty. So I won't have us come back all into a circle, but would love to kind of use that non-sequential model and ask if members from that helped to present today, as well as from the board, and maybe we'll start there, like if one word, what is something you are feeling right now?
Appreciative.
Hopeful.
Hope.
I'm ambitious. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, ambitious.
Interesting.
Inspired.
Motivated.
Ready.
Connected.
And I want to add a bragging point for you all as the board and superintendent. Right now, they're in this room currently. There are the only 4 people who are trained in Tier 3 restorative circles in the whole county. Myself, Sandra, Derek, and Michelle. We're the only ones trained in the whole county until next week, and there'll be another 15. But bragging rights.
Congratulations.
We didn't hear Suzette and Clarissa. One word.
That's good.
What's Clarissa?
Clarissa.
One second, sorry. And as we started with our check-in and we did a checkout, we have ceremonial closings. We'll just leave this for you to reflect upon. It's a quote about Circle itself from that Circle Forward book that I mentioned earlier that one of our admin teams is studying in our, what's that stand for again? Special learning community? Small learning community. Also special. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. At this time, I'd like to make a request to review and approve the closed session agenda.
Move to approve the closed session agenda.
We have a motion to approve the closed second agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Seeing none. Adjourn the closed session.
Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. Daniel, your dedication, your hard work, and your commitment
anniversary, our Diamond Jubilee.
Americans pursued. Thank you to the MUSD Board of Education for recognizing November as Sick Awareness States for more than 120 years. First entered California.
trying to figure out. I don't normally sign anything.
In the closed session, the board took no action. And we are now reconvening in open session. Is there a motion to review and approve the open session agenda?
Move to approve the open session agenda.
We have a motion to approve the open session agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Seeing none, motion carries. Scott, roll call for our student board reps.
Okay, Student Board Rep Rocha,
Here.
Student Board Rep Bayer,
Here.
and Student Board Rep Herradura.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We're now on item 12 on our agenda, and that is the flag salute.
basically. Hello, hello. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Cadet Seaman Recruit Nguyen L, and I am here on the behalf of the Milpitas High School NJROTC program. Accompanying me this evening is our color guard team, commanded by our cadet Birdie, and with him is his rifleman, Cadet Garcia I, and Senior Chief Poywall. And as for our Navy flag, we have Cadet Liang. For the rest of our cadets or company, we have Cadet Master Chief Veronda, Cadet Senior Chief Nguyen K, Cadets Pedal Sir Chen M, Chen Madden, and Mendoza. For the rest of our cadets, we have Cadets Stoto Mingo, Koshi, Trung, Lin, Chia, Khan, Lacey, Wong, Birdsong, Haro, Chavez, Lugo, Fendi, Chen, Lei and Machavana. And lastly, our NJTC program is led by our great instructor, Lieutenant Jackson. Call guard, parade the color. Ho, herd, heart, hot, turn, heart. Ho, herd, heart, hot, turn, heart. Forward, ho, breathe, head, heart. Everyone, please rise. Remove all hats and hoods. Place your right hand over your heart. And join us for the flag salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated.
Something here about a 14A?
There's one next to Cheryl.
We'll figure it out. Thanks, Miss. Hey, Scott. Hey, Scott, I'm going to need some support. I don't have my agenda. I believe I left it in the other space. So when we get to 14A that you're referring to, please let me know what the instructions are for that. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Milpitas High School and NJROTC, for your excellent work. We appreciate seeing you in the community at all of these events and representing Milpitas High School and the NJROTC program with pride, with excellence, and with true leadership. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much for being here. Comments from the public? Scott, are there any comments from the public?
I believe you have one speaker card up there, and then I do have a written public comment.
Okay, if you'd like to start with a written public comment, that'd be great.
Okay, this one comes from Mudit Kazagawala. She has 2 children at Russell and Marshall Pomeroy, and it is on the new MUSD policy for independent study. Hello, MUSD. I would like to put forward an agenda on how the new MUSD policy on independent study is causing great concerns and challenges to some of the MUSD families. WRT, their upcoming international family travel. And that's the one written comment.
Okay, and I have a green card here, speaker card from Aaron Franzino, I believe it is.
That's correct.
Welcome, Mr. Franzino.
Hi, my name is Aaron Franzino. I'm a CBI paraeducator at Rancho Middle School. I'm also the girls' 8th grade head coach for basketball. I also run a nonprofit, Berryessa Milpitas National Junior Basketball Association, which we have a partnership now with you guys at the high school on Sundays running our league. But what I'm gonna want to propose is I want to start a champion program, which is for our special education kids that are from all spectrum to come in and do a pilot program, a 4-week program, a 1-hour session, and that would start at basically January 9th, or that Sunday we go back to school. So it'll be just a 4-week discounted registration, and also each player will receive a jersey, and the registration will cover the jersey and insurance for the player. So it'll basically be a pilot that'll run for this season for just a short period, and then so we can test it and see how we want to do it for next season. So I'm just wanting to get the support of the district to help pass out any information to all the CBI/mild mod classes throughout the district, and make sure we can get all those kids into a program and give them a chance to get on a basketball court and get a jersey on and make some friends. So that's it. I'm a Milpitas resident. I have a son at Rose, a 5th grader. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, are there any additional public comments?
We have no more public comments at this time.
Okay, item 14, the MUSD strategic goals. Let's start with our student board reps and go from right to left.
Building a culture of we that engages parents, staff, and community partners in supporting student success.
Improve communication systems for better outreach to parents, students, and staff.
Develop educational pathways that allow students to apply their passion and learning for their future careers.
Focus services and support systems to ensure that all students are engaged in their learning and are making social, emotional, and academic gains.
Identify creative, student-focused strategies to accommodate enrollment growth and ensure healthy learning environments.
Thank you, everyone. Item 15 on 14A, Scott.
Yeah, item 14A, which is a regular spot on our agenda, is our student board member introductions and reports.
Thank you.
So we will go ahead and start with our Cal Hills rep, student board rep Rocha. Go right ahead.
Hello. So Calvers Hills updates include that the California Model School visit was Tuesday, December 5th. The committee gave a very positive feedback, and we should have results of the recommendations. Last Friday, our students had our second out to lunch with our mentors. I can't speak for everyone, but for myself, I had a really good time with my mentor, Ms. Kusunuki. We had Greek food and Greek conversation. And Project-based learning continues to be our academic focus for the year. Next Monday, our president will be handing out candy canes at Randall dressed up as Santa Claus. And our student council decorated our trees around the school, so it's giving Charlie Brown. And the finals are next week. And credit recovery opportunities are being offered to students to do contract work over the holiday break if they need to. Our counselor, Mr. Payne, and principal, Mr. Stice, are meeting regularly with students who are not currently on track or on time for graduation with updating their parents. And there are several mental health small groups meetings on campus with our mental health counselor, Ms. Irene, seeking safety, relationship groups, substance use and abuse, and others. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we'll move right along. Our Milpitas High School Student Board Rep, Ayer.
Good evening, everyone. I just have a few updates. So with the other student board members, we finished our digital citizenship survey with over 1,164 responses. We used that data to create a resolution, and we sent it out to all of our classes during homeroom, and we got a lot of great data about how social media has affected school life and how we can use the classroom to teach about cyber security and digital citizenship. I also took the opportunity to attend the annual education conference sponsored by the school board, and I learned so much about how to be an effective student board member, and I was able to speak on a panel about effective student governance, and thanks for the opportunity. Mr. Norwood headed that panel. And for Jack Emery, our activities director and ASB president are here today, and they'll talk more about it, but we reached our school goal, our major goal of 25,000 cans, and surpassed it with 30,111 cans through ASB planned events like Coins for Change, our Community Winter Festival, and Pie Attack, where class officers, Mr. Woolman and Mr. Norwood, were pied. Yeah.
So could you give us that number again, please, in terms of what your goal was and what you ended up with?
Our major goal was 25,000 cans, and then we reached 30,111 .21 cans because we take money too. Ms. Q and Nuha will talk more about it too. I also want to talk about our PUSO. They hosted our sister city school and with 8 students from Philippines, and we hosted a little banquet for them, and they stayed at Milpitas High School for 2 days, and they really enjoyed their experience. And I just wanted to follow up on my request for like a study session on the waste management systems in our school district. I can send an email to who needs to be sent about that later. And another shout out to Science Olympiad. They competed in their first competition this year at Castro Valley this past weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we're moving right along to our Milpitas Middle College High School Student Board Rep, Herradura.
Good evening, everyone. For Milpitas Middle College High School's interviews for new students joining our junior class for the 2023 semester took place this December 15 to 16th, followed by an orientation just early this evening at SJCC Extension Campus that provided them essential information and support for the upcoming semester. With this addition of junior students, the class is set to reach its maximum capacity. Meanwhile, present students are currently focusing on their final exams, mainly for their college courses, as the semester comes to an end on the 14th. And on the 19th, parents are looking forward to an informative presentation where the junior class will outline their top 3 college choices, demonstrating not just their academic goals, but also their ability to persuade. This is a great way for parents to learn more about their children's post-secondary plans and promote a collaborative environment as the students advance in their education. Thank you.
Thank you, student board members, for your service, your super effort during Jack Emery Drive, and keeping the board updated on all the activities that are happening on your campuses. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's report.
President Norwood. We have a few recognitions for tonight. I'd like to first start with our online recognition. One of our Milpitas High School alumni, Ria Valles, won an inaugural Student Freedom of Information Award from the Student Press Law Center. And so we want to recognize her for her accomplishment. Is she online?
Hi, thank you so much.
So if we could have the board and cabinet come forward so we could take a picture.
Hi, Ria.
Hi.
And Ria is there coming to us from UC Berkeley, where she's a freshman. How's it going for you there?
It's going really great. Yeah, thank you for asking.
Good. And are you doing journalism?
No, I'm majoring in sociology and political science.
All right. Well, it's great to see you again, and we look forward to hearing more about your endeavors in the future.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So we're going to take a virtual picture with you, and then we'll send you your certificate.
Okay, cool. That sounds good.
You guys are perfect, just like that. Just, good. Ria's right in the middle. Fine. Perfect.
Thank you, Ria. Okay, our next award is two of our students who have been asked to be a part of the California Choral Directors Association All-State Honor Choir. And these two students from Milpitas High School are learners who work with Emily Moore. And our instructor, Emily, is super proud of you, but she is currently in Palo Alto with with the other members of her orchestra performing. So we would like to have our two honorees come up and take a photo, and also we would like to invite your family members to join you, as well as Milpitas High School staff members who are here. Oh, and I need to announce who they are. Rachel Plummer and Akash Suram. Thank you very much. Next, we have a Milpitas Boy Scout, Daniel Mueller, who prepared a mini library in front of our Sunny Hills Child Development Center. And it was a very welcome surprise to have that there. It's a resource for families in that area, especially our smallest learners, who books are very important for all of us because it connects us to the past, the future, the present, to each other, and mostly it provides learners with opportunities to grow with their families. So thank you very much for your work, and I'd like to invite you up along with your family. Next, I would like to invite our activities director, Deanna Corbin, and the Milpitas High School Associate Student Body President, Nuwad Win. They spearheaded our Jack Emery Drive and did a fantastic job. I'd like to invite you up and also ask you to tell us about the overall results if you have them yet. I understand you might still be counting cans because I know at the district office we are.
Thank you. At the moment, not every school has reported all of their totals yet, but so far I've seen at least 4 schools have beaten their goal by like over 120%, including our school this year. But really, as much as it is as an honor to be leading the Jack Emery Drive, I believe it's more of a community effort in order for us to really be coming together and bringing in this many donations for the Milpitas Food Pantry.
For our site specifically, it was really, really amazing to see the collective action from our entire community. A week prior to the last day of Jack Emery, we were at 9,000 cans. We reached out, we sent a message, we sent out to families, to parents, because a lot of the parent money goes to the child to get to the school. So we wanted to reach out to parents, and by the day before our last collection, we were at 16,000. And then after our final collection, we counted all the numbers, and by that point, we had hit 30,000 cans. So it was really, really amazing, and it was an incredible achievement. I was worried. I was like, man, it's my first year. We're not gonna hit our goal. But everyone came through, and it was a great success, and we're really proud of our community and for our leadership team who did many events to bring more money in. It was really, really awesome to see. And we are definitely very proud of Milpitas High School and all the schools that participated and did really well. I've been part of Jack Emery since I was in kindergarten at Spangler. So to see this legacy continue is absolutely amazing.
Okay, and if we could keep the board and cabinet up here. All right. So, board, you know that we made a collaborative goal that we would do 3,000 cans or the equivalent. And as our director, Querubin, and President Nguyen said, they don't have all the schools, they haven't all counted. Well, the district hasn't all counted either, but if you look at the picture where you have the district office cans next to the board cans, it looks like it's pretty even. However, I do have to admit that I think we're gonna have to buy you guys lunch, because I understand you brought in $1,950, plus there's also $100. So there's $1,920 that you've brought in, and we have brought in $850. So we definitely have met our $3,000 or 3,000 can equivalent, and we look forward to having lunch with all of you in January.
Oh, yeah, so for Eagle Scout, I know we have a special video from the City of Milpitas Mayor. Play for you right now.
Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. Daniel, your dedication, your hard work, and your commitment to serving Milpitas is truly commendable. The free mini library you built provides access to books to our community. It promotes lifelong learning to our students. As I reflect on my years as a teacher, I am reminded of the importance of literacy. Literacy is not merely about reading and writing, it is the key that unlocks a world of opportunities. May your achievement inspire others to follow in your footsteps, to earn their Eagle Scout badge. Congratulations, Daniel. Great job. Thank you.
Next, under the superintendent's report, we have a report from our Milpitas High School Travel and Tourism team. We wanted to share with the board the great work that our learners have done with their expeditions. And I know some of the board members, including President Norwood and I believe Trustee Jung, attended their presentations that you did a few weeks ago. You might try this microphone if that one's not working.
Good evening. I'm Tricia Brownstein. I'm the coordinator for the Academy of Travel and Tourism. On October 19th, the seniors from the Academy of Travel and Tourism presented their event plan presentations to industry professionals and community members, including Vice Mayor Evelyn Chua and Board President Chris Norwood. And let's not forget Robert Jung, since he's here too. The project asked students to plan a small event, including details such as venue location, budget, entertainment, and a sustainable party favor. Each group had a pair of students who pitched their vision of the event, and judges were asked to choose their favorite one. Kimberly Garcia is here to share her idea with the MUSD board members and audience. Okay, yeah. Here you go.
So as my presentation, the event I chose was a quinceañera. And as a venue, I chose Hilton Embassy Suites in Milpitas. We were given a $5,000 budget for 50 guests. And with that, we had made personalized menus, including catering from the venue. which is detachable. And then we had included our own invitation, playlist, layout of how the venue would look as if this were a real situation, and our mood board, which includes our party favors. Mine, I included a little jar with little crystals that I thought would be cute for everybody to enjoy. And as my partner's side, she also did the same idea, same thing. Mine was called An Enchanted Evening, hers was Earning Her Wings, and we worked together and we decided this was the best idea for us.
So are there any questions for the board, from the board?
I have one. So what made you decide this particular choice?
I've been to quinceañeras, and I just think it's a really big part of like my culture and everything. And as well as the other girl, she's also Mexican, so we just mutually agreed like this is a really good idea, and we really know a lot about it. So by heart, we took it and decided to make it into something real that we could do.
Awesome, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
So is this your dream quinceañera?
Yeah, honestly.
That's awesome. That's amazing when you can put passion and thought into it, and you can see that there is an avenue to really put together. These are events for youth that is just important to experience.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Are you actually thinking about, are there any questions from the cabinet? Could you bring the board forward? So I recall seeing the presentation, and I don't know if I asked you if you were actually considering this into being a real business based on at the end of the day. So where are you at on that?
As a long-term goal, I would say from learning and from experience, I would say I think I am capable of this. In my future, it's a really nice experience. As for travel and tourism, I've learned a lot my last 3 years here, and I think that if I wasn't in this class, I wouldn't have known as much as I did to this day and everything that we learned. So I give a lot of thanks to Ms. Brownstein for teaching me these past 3 years, because I wouldn't be able to do something this great without her help.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Brownstein and Mom and everybody for the work that you do in
Should we get some
supporting
picture?
our learners.
Should we get some
And
picture?
let's do a picture.
Oh, we are doing a picture.
Got the same thing.
And next, I have the superintendent's data of the district. This is an endeavor that I'm very proud of, proud of the work that our team did with Executive Director Dorpinghouse, to my left over here, as well as the team members that you see at the front of this photo with Sandra Quintana, Nicole Stewart, and then our counterparts with the Santa Clara County Office of Ed. Please help me with her name, Mary Jude. Yeah, is it Mayede? Am I saying it correctly? Mariah. And also with Superintendent of the County Office of Ed, Dewan, and of course our principal, Mr. Greg Woolman. And you see down in the bottom two photos, two of our students who were very brave in putting themselves out there and talking to the community about how this wellness center has impacted their lives this last year. And they spoke in front of Alex Lee, representative of Senator Aisha Wahab, also representative of Congressperson Ro Khanna, and also city governance, mayor, city manager, as well as, of course, our board president and board vice president. So not only did they speak very well of how the Wellness Center has made a difference for them, but they demonstrated that they are growing in confidence of who they are as individuals. And this is something that yields great results for students who just need 15 minutes to collect themselves, to take a break, and then get back to class for learning. And I thank you, Communications Specialist Forstner, for the work that you did in collaborating on the press release. We saw it in the San Jose Mercury News, we saw it on Fox News, we saw it in the Milpitas Post, and I'm sure there's others, so thank you very much. Our attendance for these to date, our average is 95.5. It's taking a few steps backwards since the beginning of the year, and so we'll have to double down on getting that up. And then to the left, I would like to point out that we had students from Dagupan, the Philippines, and for the 2 days that they were here, our leaders of our Filipino club at Milpitas High School with Deanna Querabin, who we met earlier, as well as Tanichi Lorenzano. They led the kids around, and they helped as a very kind of last-minute organization just before Thanksgiving break, and they both stepped up with the kids and really made it a special experience for everybody involved. We kicked off our first Giving Tuesday launch. It's something that we've been talking about for quite some time, and again, thank you, Scott, for getting that going. And we sold 8 bricks for Leaving a Legacy. We increased the value of them, and in only a matter of 2 weeks, we raised $4,775 for our Innovation Campus. So thank you again. Here I have photos demonstrating or depicting our student learners in different leadership positions. We heard from student board rep Satvika Iyer share her experience at the California School Boards Association, where she was a spokesperson on a panel facilitated by President Norwood. And she talked to board members from across the state, as well as superintendents from across the state, about how to facilitate and also develop a very strong governance team with student voice at the center. And then in the bottom right, we have our learners from the Randall World Languages School who were working with organization. It's called help me out with what it's called, Watch
Point Logistics.
Thank you.
Watchpoint Logistics, and every student received 3 to 4 books and also took time throughout the day doing reading together. So they're young leaders in the making when it comes to literacy. In the upper right, we have our NJROTC on their inspection day, which they passed with flying colors. And in the bottom left, we have a photo of our marching band, and we have a new leader this year, Mr. Chris, whose last name I'm drawing a blank on. Thank you, Mr. Chris Hofflinger. And already, even under our new leader, they placed at the state level, scoring 88 points out of 100, and they're well on their way to leading the state in marching band. So I appreciate the work that all of our team members do to uplift the learners so that they have these different experiences, as we saw with Kimberly, where they have the opportunity to shine and really invest in themselves. And as Kimberly said, she sees that she's capable of something along a pathway for the future, and that's what these opportunities that each of you sitting in the audience helps to provide. So I thank each of you, as well as those who are listening, viewing at later times, and everybody at the dais. And that concludes my report for tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. Each year, at the end of each year, we do an annual board organization meeting. During the Board of Education's annual organization meeting per board bylaw 9100, the board elects its officers for the upcoming year, readopts its policies, and sets its regular meeting calendar for the following calendar year per Education Code 35143. So we are on item 16A, election of the 2024 officers to the Board of Education. And at this meeting, we will accept nominations for the position of president, accept nominations for the position of vice president, accept nominations for the position of clerk. And this is a one-year term beginning at December 12, 2023. And at this point, this is where I turn the meeting over to the superintendent to conduct the annual board organization meeting.
Thank you, President Norwood, and thank you for your leadership this year as the president of our governance team. So this time I would like to open the floor for nominations for the position of president for the MUSD School Board.
I nominate Min No for president.
Second.
So there's a motion on the floor for Min No as the school board president by Trustee Yip Schwan, and a second by Trustee Norwood. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, then I would like to ask for a roll call vote. President Norwood. Oh, sorry,
Aye.
Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Trustee No.
Aye.
Trustee Yip Schwan.
Aye.
Trustee Naka.
Aye.
Trustee Jung.
Aye.
Motion carries. And now, President No, I'd like to have you take over the remaining nomination process.
Sure.
You want to give her the gavel?
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan, and thank you, Trustee Norwood, for your ongoing leadership of a board governance team. It's been truly amazing what we've accomplished in this past year, and we'll continue to accomplish as a complete board governance team. So with that said, moving on to the nomination of vice president. Do we have a nomination?
I nominate Kelly Yip Schwan.
Second.
I hear a nomination from Trustee Naka and a second from Trustee Norwood. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we take a roll call vote. I'll start us off. Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Trustee Yip Schwang.
Aye.
Trustee Naka.
Aye.
Trustee Zhang.
Aye.
And myself, aye. I'll get this rhythm. Congratulations, Vice President Yip Schwang. Give him a second here. All right. Moving on to the nomination for board clerk. Do I have a nomination?
I nominate Trustee Naka.
I hear a nomination for Trustee Naka. Any other nominations? Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Scott, you ready for this one?
Okay, Trustee Zhang,
Yes.
Trustee Naka,
Aye.
Board Vice President Yip Chuan,
Aye.
Board President Yo,
Aye.
and Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Passes unanimous.
Thank you so much, board members, and congratulations, Clerk Naka.
Mr. Forstner, would you please put the form on for the assignments?
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. So
Okay.
next, item B, approve board member representation on internal and external committees in 2024.
Yes, and each board member should have a worksheet in front of them for this portion. I'm going to put it on the screen as well.
Absolutely. As we look over the worksheet here, I want to move down the line and look at Trustee Norwood to see which particular assignments you would like to consider.
I'm going to put up the ones from last year, and then you guys can maneuver them around.
Thank you, Board President. No, yes, I do have a list of school side assignments that I would like to for the 2024 calendar year. I would like Milpitas Middle College High School, Milpitas Adult Education, Cal Hills, and Milpitas High School. For school board member assignments on internal and external committees, I would like to continue on the Economic Development and Trade Commission, continue with Metro Ed, and then also as my primary, the San Antonio County School Board's Legislative Action Committee. Alternative for the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, primary for the Bond Oversight Committee.
Thank you, Trustee Norwood. Moving down the line, Trustee Zhang, is there any particular assignments that you would like?
Yes, thank you. I would like Randall Elementary, Matos. I would like also Milpitas High, but he took it, so let's see, I have to choose. I will go with Weller.
You still have room for one more. Or if you haven't decided, we can move down the line.
I haven't decided on that, so I'm open for that last one. In terms of the committees, I would first would be interested as an alternative to the Economic Development and Trade Commission. Second would be representative to whichever, to the city / MUSD communication meetings, but I'm not sure that.
Just for clarification on that, and Trustee Zhang, typically it's the board president and vice president.
I just noticed that, yeah, my bad. I like to do the CBAC, and then the last one is I'm okay doing the PTA council rep as well.
Thank you, Trustee Jung. Clerk Naka, is there any particular assignments that you would like to be a part of?
I think for the school site assignments, I would like Senate, Rancho.
Can't hear you.
I think your mic is not on.
Mic turned.
Oh, it is on.
Into the
Oh, yeah, it's too far. Yeah, Senate, Rancho, and I don't know, I think MHS is taken.
Now, Trustee Norwood's the primary board rep, but does not mean that each of us as board members can participate in each of the
As an
various school
alternate?
sites. Correct.
Oh, okay, I can be the alternate for MHS. Yeah, okay. And I think Randall also, Trustee Jung is the primary, so I can be an alternate for Randall as well. Yeah, and do I have the primary still with?
If you take one more school site, it's usually at least three. 3 of you get 3, and 2 of you get 4. Got, let's see, Zanker, Pomeroy, Russell, Burnett.
As you're thinking through that, Trustee Clerk Naka, is there any internal or external committees that you would like to be a part of?
Yes, for the CBAC, I can be the alternate. And is the Metro Ed?
Metro Ed's still open, so you can be the primary on that? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Norwood, did you, Trustee Norwood, did you say you Metro Ed as well too?
Yes.
Okay, alternative.
Okay. And the PTA Council rep
Okay. And alternative for that one?
as well? Oh, okay. So, and any primaries for?
There's still the Santa Clara School Boards Association.
The last one, the county.
You could be either the Legislative Action Committee or just the School
Santa
Board
Clara
Association.
School Board Association.
Okay. That's the primary on that one.
What's that one?
The Santa Clara School Boards Association.
Okay, I got you.
All right. If you think of anything else, let us know, but we'll just move down the line to Vice President Yashwan.
What's left? So I'll take Burnett. Go Bulldogs. Is Cow Hill still available?
No.
No?
But you can be an alternative.
Okay, I'll be an alternative. How about Russell?
Russell?
Russell's
Yep,
still
you got it.
And what is there?
You can ask him to put it this way so you can see.
There's still Zanker, there's still Pomeroy, there's still Spangler.
Okay, I'll take Pomeroy.
Gotcha.
There's still Rose.
Wait, who had Pomeroy last time? I got confused that with Senate.
Min had Pomeroy.
Yeah, I have Pomeroy. It's okay.
Okay, you can have it back.
No.
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
It's either or.
Okay. I'll get Rose.
You want Rose?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was that a 4th school for you?
She
Yeah.
wants Rose instead of Pomeroy.
Rose, okay, gotcha.
Is there any particular internal or external committees besides the city collaborative?
Yeah, I just started the public safety and emergency preparedness.
Okay.
And then there's, so we're doing the representative for the city MUSD. What else is there available? Did someone say parcel tax already, right?
Just the alternative. The primary is still.
Okay, I'll do that. Then there's still Chamber of Commerce?
Chamber of Commerce.
I'll do that one too. Okay.
Would you like to do Chamber of Commerce as well, Clerk Naka?
I mean, what are the primaries available?
Primary
no?
is still the DLAC, the District English Learners Advisory Committee. The voting representative on the County Committee on School District. Those are the 2 open as far as the primary.
As needed? Oh, okay, I can do both.
Do both?
Thank you.
And I will fill in the rest as needed.
Uh-huh.
President Miller, if you would like, I can also continue with Kirtner. I don't know if anyone.
Okay, absolutely. Partner is still available.
And I think for my school assignments, President, no, I can take Russell. I think I
already
took it. Oh, two. Oh, okay.
Vice President, you're showing to Russell.
And
Did you want me to go through the schools that are remaining? Is Spangler Elementary, Zanker Elementary, Rose was taken, and then Kirtner Elementary, and then our child development centers.
I think Kirtner.
Do you want Rose?
I can do an alternate for Rose.
Kirtner was taken by Trustee Zhang. Scott.
I have Randall, Matos, and Weller for Joan.
Yeah, and he's taking Kirtner as well.
He's taking Kirtner.
Oh, unless someone wants it. I mean, that's 5, right?
Yeah, that's why.
Randall, Matos, Weller, Kirtner.
Scott, can you read that again? I thought it was.
Okay, so remaining schools, and President No still needs 3 of these, and then there's 1 left for Clerk Naka. So we have Spangler Elementary, Zanker Elementary, and the CDCs.
Yeah, I'll fill in the rest for that, Scott.
Well, so you're taking, let me just see, Zanker, I think I forgot, I'm missing
Spangler,
one.
Zanker, CDC. I think Pomeroy is still there.
Oh, that's right, Pomeroy, so
Let me double check.
Naka, do you want Pomeroy?
Okay.
Okay, and then that completes the, school site assignments. And
Thank you,
then
Scott.
for the internal, external committees, alternate voting rep on the county committee on school district reorganization.
That'll be myself. So
Okay.
I'll fill in.
And then the alternate for the chamber.
I can do that.
Okay. And the alternate for the bond oversight committee.
That'll be myself.
Okay. And the last one is alternate for Santa Clara County School Board's Legislative Action Committee.
I can do that.
We can't have an alternate for that. That's selected by, that's an application process, and that's
Okay.
selected by the Legislative Action Committee. But I will ask if I can have an alternative
Sure.
for that.
Okay, I will take that off. Thank you.
Superintendent Jordan, with that, do we need a motion and a second to ratify the assignments? Thank you. So with that said, with the assignments there, do I have a motion?
Motion.
I hear a double motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I hear a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any other public comments? Seeing none. Scott? Actually, we're all present, so all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Thank you so much, trustees.
Thank you.
Next item, readopt the board group agreements. And Scott, if you can actually put that on the screen there. So every year, we look at board group agreements and we readopt it as a governance team so that we have an understanding of how to really effectively lead into the next year. And in essence of time, I think we'll forego reading it. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the board group agreements.
So I hear a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further, any public comments?
No public comment at this time.
All right. Any further discussion?
I'd like to make an amended motion that we accept the board group agreements with the understanding is that the next board retreat, we take some time to review them in depth so that we can make any adjustments for the future meeting after that. So I want to, again, amend the motion to saying to adopt, and we commit to, at the next board retreat, to review these in detail to make any necessary updates. So after I make that motion, someone needs to second that.
I'll go ahead and second that. So I hear an amended motion, and I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none? Thank you so much. Next item, review the schedule of the board's regular meetings for the 2024 calendar year. And when Scott is ready, he'll put the dates on the screen.
Yes, I will. Hold on one second. Okay, those are on the screen now.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Weber.
Now, as we look at the dates there, are there any potential conflicts for any of our board members in attending? See none?
I'm good.
All right. With that said, do I have a motion to adopt the calendar of the board meetings in 2024?
Motion to adopt.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any public comments? Seeing none. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Passed and adopted.
Board President, no. Just quick on, as we go through the agenda items, after the report, that is when there's an opportunity for public comments. After you go to the motion, the second and discussion, in that discussion space, there is no room for public comment to join into that discussion.
Okay.
That's a discussion with the board. They get to be a part at the very beginning after the report happens.
Perfect. Thank you, Trustee Norwood. Moving on to item 17, Superintendent's Executive Cabinet's report. Members of the Executive Cabinet will have significant information to present to the governing board on the topics that are not on the agenda. Reports are limited to 90 seconds each, with 5 minutes allocated for the principal's report.
Thank you, President No. We will begin with our principal's report with Dr. Azrat from Burnett.
Woohoo!
Right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here tonight. I am proud, as always, to be here representing Burnett. And we can go to the next slide, please. There's a lot of text on there, but I was asked to share a little bit about our attendance initiatives, as that's a focus for both our school and the district. And so you can see we have kind of 3 tiers of attendance initiatives. In Tier 1, these are things that we're doing for all of our students. We have incentives for individual attendance, for class attendance, for school attendance. We're working with our school site council, with our student council, with our parents, working with everybody, trying to get kids to school, trying to help families figure out if there's anything getting in the way of getting them to school. And then if students are having some attendance issues, we can refer them to our student study team process. We've also started having meetings with both parents and students together so we can all work together. One thing that we have found over the years that has been helpful is students often have a lot less of a filter when we ask them why they're late to school or why they're not getting to school. They are not embarrassed about those reasons, as I think sometimes parents are. So they'll just tell us, oh, well, it was a lot warmer in my bed than it was in my bedroom. So we can work on a plan with them or getting them alarm clocks if they need it. So, and then we are also, if we're still having struggles with attendance, we are reaching out for additional support from different district office personnel. Our current attendance rate is right around where the district attendance rate is, 95.6. It's been a real rough cold and flu season already, and it's only just the beginning of December. So we're doing what we can to help people stay healthy, and we're hoping that after the break, we will have our attendance rate go up a little bit. But the thing I'm most excited to talk to you about is on the next slide, and that is our Diamond Jubilee. We were so excited to have Trustee Norwood, Trustee Jung, Vice President Yip Chuan, Superintendent Jordan, Executive Director Dorpinghouse, Clerk Naka. I think that's all the people who were there. You were there too. I'm sorry. I don't think I saw you, President Jung, or President No. I'm sorry. But we were very excited. We had our Diamond Jubilee, a celebration of 60 years of Burnett on Saturday, November 4th. And it was a really amazing celebration of a public local elementary school really being a pillar of the community and a spot where we could bring people together. We had visitors from the Milpitas Historical Society who brought some student desks from schools from the early 20th century, so before Burnett's time, but was very cool to see. And very excitingly, they actually brought William Burnett, the namesake of our school, his original wood-burning stove. All of those items are actually still on display in the Burnett multi-use room, so if you would like to come see them, come on down. We had signature snacks, we had professional photography, we had lots of opportunities for people to share memories, we had games and food trucks and live music and face painting done by the Milpitas High School cheerleaders. I have a great picture of Mr. Norwood getting his face painted. I didn't put it in the presentation, but I do have this great picture. So get excited to see that at some point. We had lots and lots of opportunities for people to connect current and former Burnett students, staff, and families. It was really, really exciting to see all of those people come together for this. We had over 40 volunteers on that day, in addition to the volunteers who helped us get everything ready, but 40 volunteers who were all Milpitas High School students who came and did community service hours. Many of them are former Burnett students as well. And over 530 attendees who joined us on the 4th for this really exciting event. We were also very lucky to have Tim Alcorn and his team come and do some interviews and some professional photography and videography. And so I have a couple minutes of a video to show you a little bit of some of the highlights that we had on that evening.
Hello, I'm Allison Elizondo. I'm a teacher here at Burnett. Welcome to our 60th anniversary, our Diamond Jubilee.
So, hey, thanks for coming out. Really appreciate you guys. Have a great day. And go Bulldogs.
It makes me smile just watching it, and I was there for all of those things. So we were just really excited to be able to have this event and bring people together, and we're still collecting lots of photos. We'll have a whole special retrospective section in this year's yearbook. But that is what I have for you guys. Are there any questions for me?
No, I just want to commend you for putting on a great community event. I mean, there's like raffle prizes. I mean, just a lot of things happening. And I know you plan it like so well, and you spent so much time, and the staff members as well. And I just want to say thank you so much, and I appreciate your work and your dedication and commitment to Burnett overall. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, I forgot to mention the silent auction. We had, I don't even know how many items donated, but we raised over $2,600 at our silent auction. And you might have seen in that video, I also roped my own family in. My mom was in charge of the silent auction, and then she roped in my dad and one of my sisters to come help run it that day. So it was definitely a family affair.
Yes. Dr. Azra, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, nice ring to that.
It is. It's exciting.
You had mentioned some learnings from the student outreach in terms of your attendance? What are the new learnings? Was there any new learnings that you had this year that you weren't familiar with before, in terms of this new initiative or this new approach to maximizing attendance?
Most of the learnings that we have from students are, there's not a lot of new that we get from them. What we have found is really just that it's sometimes easier to get to the root of what the real problem is when we talk to students. Like students are the ones who might tell us like, oh, mom and dad come and wake me up and then I roll back over and go back to sleep and then I've been putting up this big fight. Or, I remember last year we talked with a TK student who said that he was telling his mom that his whatever hurt, his ear hurt, his eye hurt, his cheek hurt, his chin hurt, and then admitted to the assistant principal that he was tricking her. And so, we made a plan with him for how to not trick mom and dad and how to get to school every day. I think the attendance incentives that we put in place are really positive, and the kids who are getting them really enjoy them. One of the ones we have is a class-wide incentive that if you fill out a poster that says Bulldogs show up, you color each letter, one letter for each day that the entire class is present. And then there's different prizes, like our mascot will come in and take a class photo, and then everyone gets the photo, or you get an extra recess or a popsicle party. And those are really, really popular. I don't know that I think the kids who are still struggling with attendance and the families who are still struggling with attendance for whatever reason, those incentives are not necessarily enough to get those kids there. And so at the direction of my school site council, we'll actually be looking at reaching out to some of our community liaisons and asking them to help us connect with some families that we're having a hard time getting them there. And then we're also looking at, with both my school-based leadership team and my school site council, are there things that we can do to help incentivize parents? Because at the elementary school, there's very little that a child has control over. So, are there things that we can do to help parents continue to see how to get their kids to school?
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Sure.
So my question is, through your PTA and as well as school site council, are you trying different programs to really incentivize? It sounds like you were getting ready to do that versus having established programs for.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of different programs that we've been running this year. One of them we called our Attendance Buddy program. That was with our staff, and that was taking all of our students who were chronically absent from the 22-23 school year, and each of them was assigned a staff buddy. So we had 54 students on that list and 54 staff members, and their assignment was just be a person that checks in with that kid. Make sure that that kid knows that there's another adult on campus that sees them and notices when they're not here. And for those kids, we've seen a really impressive growth in their attendance this year. There's, of course, a new crop of kids that came up who now need a little bit of support. But so we started the year with that, and then we have individual incentives every month for attendance. So that's different incentives. In November, it was No Tardy November. So if you had no tardies for the month of November, you got a prize. Sometimes it was, perfect attendance on Wednesdays. October, that was Wednesdays because our Seabeds Day is a Wednesday, so we just did all Wednesdays for that month. September was Fridays. December is perfect attendance for this week, and you'll get prizes. Then we have the class prizes, and then we have some school-wide incentives. We've had a glow stick dance party for everyone, so to help get kids to school that day, to really incentivize getting to school. Come to school, we're gonna have this dance party. We've had popsicle parties. We have two trophies actually, that get passed around at the beginning of each month. So the two classes with the top attendance for the previous month get not just the trophy that they get to display, but a really over-the-top, ridiculous presentation of the trophy, including a song that I make my assistant principal, Ms. McMillan, sing with me. So it's really an over-the-top presentation. So we're doing a lot of things, and I think for the kids that are getting to school, I think it's really exciting and positive for them, but I don't know that it's filling the gap for those families that are still struggling to get their kids to school. And there has been a ton of illness in just the last 2 months, so.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you know other further questions or comments? Thank you so much. I was there at the Diamond Jubilee event with my 3 kids. You couldn't find me because I was next to the bouncy house.
I did go all the way out to the bouncy house. I know it was very popular.
color, so.
It was very popular.
inside bouncing.
That's who it was in there the whole time?
But thank you so much for creating a positive climate at your school site, really applying the PBIS, incentive rewards, and I know that you're still going to continue to really drive home attendance there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Passing back to Superintendent Jordan.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Azret. To build on what Vice President Yepchuan said, I've noticed something that stands out about your leadership is the way that you invest yourself in community, and I've seen your family there to support at many events, and I appreciate that work that you do. And now I will start with Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Wendy Zhang.
Good evening. I'm pleased to report that our Series C bond sale was very successful. The net borrowing rate is at 3.96%. This has exceeded our expectations. Unfortunately, our financial advisor from KNN cannot attend tonight's meeting to provide a report to the board. So we will reschedule the report for the next board meeting. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the dedication of our payroll and benefit specialists. They're Wayne Dow, Sherry Ames, and Alicia Adelma. As you may be aware that our county office is actually responsible for finalizing the district's payroll. They have a very strict timeline for us to follow. This past Thanksgiving break, our payroll specialists putting additional hours to ensure that all paychecks were processed on time. And for this coming winter break, they will need to work again due to the county's schedule. And I really appreciate their dedication for a team effort to make this, so make sure everyone receive their paycheck on time. And that concludes my report for tonight.
Thank you. And Executive Director Dorpinghouse.
Good evening. Last week was National Inclusive Schools Week, and as with most campaigns, it's focused on increasing awareness and action towards an initiative. As a district, inclusive practices is not just a week worth of work. It's something that we do at all times throughout the year. We are working on both larger and smaller scale efforts towards this, including initiatives such as the alternative diploma for our students with disabilities with more extensive needs, creating a pathway for them to get an alternative diploma. And then on a daily basis, thanks to our leaders, our teachers, and our specialists who work every day to put the I in IEP, that individualization, by making sure that we look at how are we serving kids in the least restrictive environment as we go through those IEPs. And so I wanted to highlight those two things, that it's something we are constantly looking at and doing and have been doing. And then on a celebratory note, if you ever are thirsty on a Tuesday or Thursday morning, Richard has brought back Richard's Cafe in our district office. So come get a cup of Java or some hot tea, and Richard will be happy to serve you after 9:30 in the morning. Richard happens to be one of our post-secondary students, and we are so happy, not as happy as Richard, to bring back Richard's coffee.
Thank you. And Executive Director Jahari.
On behalf of Executive Director Dorpinghouse and myself and the whole Learning and Development Department, we also just wanted to say thank you to all of our students, teachers, classified team members, administrators, and parents for their commitment and collaboration during the school year. Our work is fun and meaningful, but nothing about it is easy. It only works when we're in it together. So again, a heartfelt thank you and happy holidays. We hope that you are able to take time away and connect with your family and friends.
Thank you. Assistant Superintendent of HR, Damon James.
Executive Director Jahari and I have had some rich conversations with principals
to discuss budget priorities and expect to complete our conversations in January. Hearing from the school sites assist us with assessing the needs of the site and ensuring that support is present for our students. Our HR department continues to work collaboratively to process and expand our Milpitas workforce. One of our goals this year is to enhance interview questions to ensure we hire individuals with an equity lens. This means opening up perspectives to be inclusive. Current collaborations with association leadership include pivoting programming at the elementary level to ensure compliance with the education code and unit member job descriptions. And to add to the team, we want to wish everyone from the HR department a happy holiday season and a restful and relaxing break.
Thank you. And that concludes the executive cabinet reports.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. Item 18, board group agreements. Again, we will forgo the reading of board group agreements. There was an ask to review those in depth further at a future board retreat. Item 19, board communication requests. This part of the agenda provides school board members the opportunity to report on their activities as elected representatives. School board members may request the placement of items in future board agenda, relay information from the community, or request information from staff. Trustee Norwood.
I can see the time on activities, but ask the discussion about the AI task force be added to a future agenda item.
Thank you. Trustee Jones.
First of all, I do want to thank the community who supported us in our Jack Emery Drive. We went out and reached out to the community to help us bring in the community to the annual effort. I want to thank all those people who support us, as well as my partner in crime, Han Lian, to get that going. I would also say I had a great time at our annual conference, education conference. I learned a lot of and new strategies to consider, and I'll call that. That's it for me.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. Clerk Naka.
Thank you so much to the community. I want to echo Trustee Jung's words that, it was a great partner. As always, the Jack Emery Drive is a huge success. And also the AEC conference that I got to attend this year was a real learning curve for me. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And being here with the outstanding board is definitely a blessing for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Naka. You're part of that outstanding board. Yes. Not with you're with us.
Thank you.
Vice President Yashwan.
Yes, and I echo my colleagues here. It was definitely a team effort that we participated in the Emery Jack Drive. And, every year we do this, it brings our community together. So I'm very proud of our board and all the community members that, got together, and it's for a good cause. We also, spent several days in San Francisco at the CSBA. And, it was a time for learning, growth, and also to, spend time with each other, getting to know each other, because we work together. We spend so many hours together, even with our superintendent. So that was really, an event I look forward to every year. And then I attended a couple of other events, like, the Dagji Pond Sister City visit potluck, and also did the pie attack at Spangler. Yeah, that was fun too.
Thank you, Vice President Yashwan. I echo the sentiments of my fellow board members. The annual education conference was a wonderful time to really deep dive, learn, and professionally develop. I had the opportunity to present on the Inflation Reduction Act with our partners at NG, so that was a new experience in that sense. MUSD did show out at the annual education conference, as Superintendent Jordan highlighted our student board rep member presenting along with Trustee Norwood. As far as the pie attack, I thoroughly enjoy it to see all the young students' faces and their participation. I look forward to more of that next year. With that said, we'll move on. Item 20, reports, learning and development.
Up first, we have our attendance initiative, Executive Director Mary G. Dorpinghouse.
Good evening. Yes, as you've heard, Superintendent Jordan sharing her superintendent's report and Dr. Azrat share in her principal report this evening, we have a large-scale district-wide initiative to really enhance our attendance. We came to you before earlier this school year. This is update number 2 with some data showing trends and information comparatively, and our team members here are ready to share that data. Hazel's up first, followed by Yvonne and Derek. Thank you.
You gotta turn on the mic. Thank you. There's a button on the side.
Hello? Okay, there we go. So Dr. Astra shared a lot of her tier 1, 2, 3 strategies, which are so exciting, and our team will also share other attendance strategies that are going on throughout the other schools in our district. I'll start out with some data looking at the first 60 days of school, so essentially the first third of the school year. So in front of you here is a look at the average attendance across all of Milpitas Unified, again in those first 60 days. In the dark solid line, we have this current school year, and in the dotted orange, we have last school year, so we can do a year-to-year comparison. So in those first 68 days, and this is going up to the Friday right before our Thanksgiving break, we had a 96.6% attendance rate. And we can see that very clearly we have much improvement from the 2022 to 23 school year. There is that dip we see on October 24th. We'll talk about that when we talk about our secondary schools, but I think many of us are familiar with a safety incident that we had on that date that really impacted attendance that day. But first, let's take a look at elementary. So if we switch to the next slide, we can see again that overall, in the first 68 days, there was an average about 96.1% attendance. And again, we can see the very clear improvement comparing this year to last year. So within the same window, last year there was 91.4% attendance, so approximately 5% point increase from year to year. And so then moving on to secondary, there was an average attendance rate in the first 68 days of 97.1%, compared to, in the same window last year, 96.3% in that same 68-day time period. There are some days where attendance, day to day, were below what it was that day last year, but overall, we do see generally much higher attendance rates at the secondary level as well. And again, that dip on the 24th of October, it really was due to it's really an outlier in terms of the data of these first 68 days. I believe there were at Milpitas High, close to 700 students who are absent all day that day. So that's kind of explains that kind of anomaly there. Any questions about the data for the first 68 days? All right. Oh.
Well, just a comment, just sounds like to me we just need 100 more students and we're pretty close, right? About 1%?
In terms of meeting the 97% goal, I think thinking about the growth that we're making from year to year, I think that's definitely something worth celebrating, and we really are incredibly close to that 97% goal.
Yeah, right.
So lots to celebrate.
Go ahead.
So when you talk about average secondary attendance, at the secondary level, there is individual classes, right?
Yes.
And so that's attendance for each of those classes versus it being them being there for a certain amount of the day, getting credit for the whole day. At the secondary level, this is actually an aggregate of their attendance over all their classes.
So because of the way the funding works for ADA, we're looking at the entire day's attendance. So for example, if a student, at a secondary school were present for periods 1 through 5 and were unexcused for the last period of the day, they're still counted as being present for that day because they attended any level of school. So they would count towards ADA, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think President.
Yeah, and for the students that are on campus but not in the actual classroom, how is that counted for attendance?
Sure. So I'm assuming that this is
In the secondary level, yes, thank you.
So if the student is seen on campus, but they're not present inside class, that would be counted as like an unexcused for that period. So, at the high school level, you see attendance like from periods 1 through 6 or 0 through 6, and it might appear as a C for cut or a U for unexcused. So, that's kind of how it's coded. Mm-hmm.
Last question. So this is the average secondary attendance. If I'm not mistaken, does MHS offer Saturday school? And if so, does that recover some of our attendance numbers?
I'm not
And does this reflect that?
At the moment, we're not offering a Saturday school as an option to recruit ADA, but that is something that we can look further into.
Okay, thank you.
I'll pass it over to Tina.
All right, next slide. Thanks, Hazel. So she gave, Hazel just presented overall numbers. So the next 2 slides, we're gonna dive a little bit deeper. So I wanna draw attention to the color coding on the slides. The light blue represents our numbers for elementary, and then the red just represents our numbers for secondary. This first slide here pertains to data on chronic absenteeism. And as defined, students who are chronically absent, they're missing 10% or more. So the data that we pulled here and that's represented on this slide is highlighting the first 60 days of school. So 10% of 60 days would be 6 days if students are absent. And remember, chronically absent counts for excused as well as unexcused absence. So that means when the student is not physically at school. So taking a look, there are the percentages there around English learners. Hispanics, I want to draw attention that when we speak in this data point, it pertains to ethnicity, Hispanics versus non-Hispanics. So this is not specifically to race Hispanic. Then you see our data for our McKinney-Vento students and then our SPED students. As you can see, our percentage is higher in our secondary. Again, our initiative this year is working, and more information to come in a little bit, with our assistant principals at all the sites to, again, connect with the students in areas of chronic absenteeism and working with the families to help improve their attendance. Next slide. This slide here pertains to information around truancy. So again, similarly, truancy is when a student is absent 3 or more and there are unexcused absences. That means that the student is not present, the front office is contacting the family, and we don't have a response in regards to why the student is absent for the day. If you take a look at the numbers, an area here is McKinney-Vento. In our elementary, you see that we have 17% of our McKinney-Vento students who are truant. As was the previous slide, the number was quite high as well. So one thing that we want to draw attention is, it's actually on the board tonight as a consent item, is we're able to finalize our contract with transportation. For example, in the month of October, we held our first district SARB hearing. During that meeting, in one of the cases, we found out that transportation was a barrier for the family. Following that hearing, we implemented some options to provide transportation for that family. Following that, the family of 3 consistently came to school. So they went from 60% attendance to start the year to 90%. So it's really important the work that we're doing about in regards to understanding, hearing from the school sites what they've done, and then any additional challenges that may come during a STARB district hearing, and what additional resources we can provide to ensure that we negate those barriers for our students and ensure that they're able to come to school. So that is one example of our success this year.
Can you shed a little light what the definition of what the SARB hearing is and what it is?
Yes. So every LEA is required to have a school attendance review board at the district level. Students, we have a process with our school sites in regards to number of absences and truancy. When a student has 3 or more unexcused absences, a generated letter is created from the site and then distributed to the family. When that is distributed, then the school site, the first step is connecting with the family to check in to say, hey, what's going on? We see that your child has been absent. We haven't heard from you. How can we better support? Following that, they meet with the family. They usually have what they call a school attendance review team meeting. So usually the assistant principal will meet with the family to then see what barriers may be preventing the child from getting to school. They set up kind of a contract between the family and the school to support the child to come to school. If truancy continues, meaning still unexcused absences, keeps on compiling on top of that, the next step would be a referral to the district level, and that would be at my level where I facilitate.
Thank you. Does the letter that goes home, is it in the native language?
So right now we have it in English, and it is also generated in Spanish.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So as we were sharing, attendance is a big initiative for this year. Out of our learning and development department, last month we had a focus. So we have, I would say, every 4 to 6 weeks, we're meeting with sites around data. And so the last cycle, we met specifically around attendance data with all of the sites. So as an L&D team, we came together and previewed all the data as a team. We went out to our sites. We all have assigned sites that we support. So we went out to the sites and we reviewed the data with the sites. From there, we helped the school develop action steps around how they can continue their work around attendance and how they could continue to build that positive culture and climate to improve their attendance. Then next time we meet with them, we follow up to see how the action step went and their successes or any challenges that they came across and upon their reflection. And so it is a commitment from our department to then also support the sites around attendance as well. Okay, next I'm going to give it over to Derek. Next slide.
Sure. So what we have here over the next couple of slides are some of the school sites and what they are doing to encourage improved attendance. So we'll start off with Rose, and I want to make sure I do each school site justice because they all had amazing things to say. Rose has the class color where you can color in the class letters, Let's Go Tigers. And while Dr. Azrad is here, I believe Burnett got that going last year, and a lot of the schools in the district saw how effective that was, where you color in and then you get a class gets an incentive at the end. So for Rose, they have different options like a bubble party. You can see right there, and I think if you click on the name Rose, it leads you to some other pictures that they're also doing. This is examples of some not class prizes, but game time that they can be rewarded with. And if you take a look at the picture where the 2 kids are doing the Jenga, that's my favorite one right there. All right, anyways, you can go back to the original slide. Thank you so much. And then at Pomeroy, they have the beads program where students earn special beads when they show up on certain days. Incentives showing up on days that students typically miss. So that's when the incentives take place. And as you can see the pictures there, you have a couple of students and the beads that they've earned. All the beads are different. So if they have the incentive on a holiday, the beads will represent that holiday or something like that. It's pretty cool. And then I think if you click on Pomeroy, I forgot what that goes to. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, that's the whole beads presentation in depth. So you can look through that on your own. You can also go back.
What was the date? What was the day of the week or the date where you find that they discovered that the attendance was lower?
I think from what I remember, oh yeah, so that is the Monday and the Friday. So that's a Monday when you're coming back from the weekend, and the Friday as you're going into the weekend, or it's right before a 3-day weekend, or a holiday, right? Yeah, thank you, good question. And then at Randall, they have the brag tags. I think that's an incentive that a couple of those school sites are using. And then there's also a school-wide attendance party on December 20th, where Superintendent Jordan will attend and participate in the festivities, right? Superintendent Jordan, right? You're gonna be there? Yep. All right. That's right. You've heard it here first. Just kidding. All right, and then next slide. And then at Burnett, so a couple of things that I may have missed or didn't hear. Dr. Azra shouted out a lot of things they're already doing, but two things I wanted to highlight is when she talked about I think they're called the attendance teams, where the adults are assigned to, or the students are assigned to adults. It's all the adults. It's not just the teachers. It's not just the admin. It's all the adults on campus. It's the custodians, the secretaries. Nice. So their whole team is bought into the student wellness and student attendance. Another thing that they did I didn't hear is at the beginning of the school year, they actually had the grade level teams meet together, plan out what they would do for the students as a grade level and their specific classes around attendance. So they strategize all the grade level teams, and I think that's the first time I've seen that as well. So I just want to shout out all the amazing things. And I'm glad she was here, because when I was talking to Assistant Principal McMillan, I was like, I can't say all of this in the short amount of time we have. So shout out to Burnett. And it sounds like they had a big festival day. It's similar to what Kirtner had as well, called the Eagle Rush, where there was an event on October 4th, including outside activities and games, and that resulted in a 98.8% attendance for that day. And they actually interviewed one student around anxiety and how their approach to reaching out to specific students and the root causes of why students are missing school. One student said, it helped me by talking it out and seeing solutions. I'm getting a bit of stress down by putting the work down. So that's directly from a student. And then at the secondary level, the unique experience of Milpitas Middle College High School, where they have a smaller group. So their morning tutoring program, they make it really casual, really nice, where there's cocoa, where there's breakfast treats, and they create a climate that's very welcoming. They're building the culture there around sense of belonging. And they also have activities like field trips, community building events, and work-based learning opportunities that really encourage the students to want to be at school each day.
Final slide. So that concludes our attendance update number 2. We'll be coming back in the new year for another update as well. We have wonderful resources for you following our presentation. One thing that we want to highlight is our quarterly reports were produced for our sites, and honestly, across the board, our sites are doing amazing work. And if randomly check the ADA, everyone is trying to reach the goal that we've set of 97% for this year.
Thank you for the report. Any questions or comments?
Thank you. Executive Director Dohari, when you did a presentation earlier today on climate and culture, there was the statistic at the secondary level as far as the sense of belonging. Is that, would you say that there is a correlation between the sense of belonging at the secondary level and some of the attendance and chronic absenteeism that we're seeing at that level, or is that too far of a stretch to connect what we saw here in this presentation to the earlier presentation that we saw on climate and culture?
I don't think it's a stretch, right? Because I think the theory of action is that if there's stronger belongingness, then there'll be greater engagement and attendance. What Executive Director Dorpinghouse and I were just briefly whispering to each other about was the level of belongingness is higher at the elementary level, but the secondary data for attendance was a little bit higher. So that discrepancy kind of surprised me.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, following up on that Saturday school question. Is that only available or could be implemented at the secondary level, or can that be implemented both primary and secondary?
It actually could actually, I know we do at the secondary level, but maybe Assistant Superintendent Zhang, or in terms of recouping.
We used to do it. The problem at this, it's not a problem, but the challenge at the secondary level is you have to have a teacher of that credential who's teaching that particular position. So you can't just have, like at the elementary level where it was easier to do because we could have a multi-subject teacher who taught different subjects for the kids for the whole period, whole part of the day, and it was able to be counted. But at the secondary level, you have to have, just like you would have during the regular school day, you would have multiple teachers in the different subject areas. It is possible, it's just a challenge.
And also the other thing is we have to also to calculate the cost. Because there is a cost, and then we need to see, how many students is planning or will attend the Saturday school. The ADA they make up will cover the cost we invest, and then there will be a gain.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Executive Cabinet, any questions, comments? No? Well, attendance does matter. It matters for the school climate, for the student success. A lot has been made about the funding, but the funding is secondary from that perspective of really being able to get that student there, present, and belonging to the school. So thank you so much, team.
Thank you.
Next, Say Something Anonymous reporting system presentations.
And that will be Executive Director Jahari.
Hi. Today we have Secondary Director Koide and Program Manager Quintana, as well as some of our secondary administrators and our Milpitas PD presenting collaboratively with the organization of Say Something. This is, again, all connected to the culture and climate data, and one of the ways that we work on promoting safety in our community, and really also working on students and adults working to keep each other safe. So we'll review the programming as well as the data from our school year so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Jordan, and Executive Cabinet. I do also have two members from the Say Something platform who will be joining us virtually. We have Jessica Neely and also Ryan Dougherty, and I'm so glad they can join us. Hopefully they're still awake because they are joining us from the East Coast. So they are actually gonna go over their program, and then we will turn it over to Sergeant Takis, who will share the perspective. This really does come, as you all know, in partnership with our community, and we have a strong partnership with our Milpitas Police Department. So I wanna hear from them what the Say Something tips impact it has on their department, and how we've really partnered and collaboratively worked together this year to ensure this is a strong system. And then representing our secondary sites, we'll have Miss Delora from Russell representing all of our secondary sites, but just know that came from a meeting we had where all of their thoughts were taken into account, and so she will just be the representative because we are short on time. So I will turn it over to, I believe Ryan is going to be speaking first. So next slide, please, Scott.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much. And I appreciate that introduction. If you don't mind, just next slide, please. I hope you all can hear me okay, but my name is Ryan Dougherty, as she mentioned, with San Diego Promise, and I manage our Say Something Anonymous reporting system partnerships in the West region. It's a privilege to be here with you all tonight, and we thank you for just giving us some time to walk through a little bit of background on San Diego Promise, the Say Something Anonymous reporting system, and specifically share some insights into what our partnership does look like with Milpitas since the program launched back in March of 2020. So who are we at Sandy Hook Promise? So we're a nonprofit org led by several family members who lost their loved ones at the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting back in December of 2012. So we're coming up on the 11-year anniversary of that. And essentially these family members came together with the goal and the mission of teaching youth the warning signs of potential violence, what that looks like in classrooms, online, social media, and where to go, how to get help, where to report those warning signs, also entirely research how to create more inclusive, supportive school cultures and embed our findings in our programs and our resources. And we have an entire arm dedicated to advocating for policies designed to increase student safety in their schools, homes, and communities more broadly. Next slide, please. And that's all done through educating and empowering our youth through some of our prevention programs. So not only do we have the anonymous reporting system, but there's Start With Hello and Say Something and Safe Promise Clubs, all of which just support a positive school culture using social emotional learning, youth leadership, self-harm, and violence prevention. All of which are provided with training and resources completely free of charge, which can be accessed through our learning center. So those are available to parents, community members, students, all available free of charge to you, and sustained and supported with our student-led Safe Promise Clubs. Next slide, please. So what is the Say Something anonymous reporting system? So it's an extension of that Say Something program that I talked about, which provides a safe way just to say something to a trusted adult when one is seeing those warning signs or those threats. And those tips get submitted anonymously to our National Crisis Center and Jessica Neely. And they are the only National Crisis Center dedicated exclusively to 24/7, 365 support for our schools and districts and team members. Next slide, please. And simply put, the anonymous reporting system, right, teaches youth how to just recognize those warning signs and threats, what they look like on social media, in a classroom, and then ultimately give you the tools to say something to a trusted adult or to use the reporting system or call the local authorities. Next slide, please. And this really just kicks it over, and I'm going to allow Jess to speak on the behalf of the Crisis Center. But this is really the engine of our program and what makes us so special. And I'll kick that over to Jessica now.
Perfect. Thank you, Ryan. And thank you, everyone, for inviting us tonight. It is midnight our time here in Miami, Florida. However, we are a 24/7, 365 crisis center, so I'm no stranger to being up at midnight. But this slide really certainly goes over, and as Ryan said, we are the only nationally accredited crisis center of its kind. Our accreditation comes from our work in mental health, specifically suicide, and the prevention work we do there. So this is our team. And there's a few more people, but we are 24/7, 365. So on Christmas Day, on Thanksgiving Day, our team is in the crisis center and there to support students in your district, which ultimately are our students. We always say that when we bring on districts, your students become our students. And so the level of care and compassion and the information that we've seen tonight within the board meeting is the same level in care and compassion that you'll see when each tip and each student submits an anonymous tip regarding any threat or concern they're currently experiencing or seeing in and around their community. So we do a lot of work in terms of information gathering. We are collaborative, so we are working with local law enforcement that you have there tonight. We're working with our school and our district teams. We are completely student-centered, so the majority of our anonymous tips are sent in by students. And so there's a lot of training and background that goes into working with students. And so our crisis center ensures that we are able to be relatable and support our students along the way and during their tip submission process. It supports and enhances school safety. So we truly are your backup and your eyes and your ears when a student submits an anonymous report, perhaps on a Saturday at 10 a.m. We are still here and around to support that student, ultimately to send that information over to our school and our district and our local law enforcement partners. And then finally, just follow up and support, and that's 24/7, 365 as well. We do work to ensure students who are expressing mental health concerns are supported by the wonderful works of the school and district teams. And we do see that a lot of that support happening for our students. So that follow up and support is alongside it. It's a teamwork process that we carry out here in the Crisis Center. Next slide. So let's take a look at some of our data here. And overall, to date, we have had 277 different tips come in. And so, as Ryan mentioned, the program has been in existence since 2020. However, this year we did receive the majority of our tips. So there possibly we are in the 200s. The last time I checked, it was about 217 tips that to date were sent into the crisis center this school year. Some of the things that I think attribute to that possibly would be the great student training that's happening in and around your districts to make sure students are aware of the anonymous reporting, as well as just overall on a national level, we do see increases in mental health concerns. We do see increases in things such as self-harm, depression, and suicide. We do see those increases. And so overall, we will then ultimately see increases in our tip submission. And so this speaks to that as well. When we look at our top tip types that are coming in for the district, we have bullying as number one. So our number one tip type is bullying. Number two is our planned school attack tips. Number three is our weapons tips. Four is our self-harm, as I mentioned before. And number five is our suicide tips. So these are tips that students are reporting. They're recognizing warning signs either in their community or online, which is a really big one for us. They'll also see threats and concerns online, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and they'll report those out to us even after school hours. So as a result, those are your top 5 tip types. When it comes to life safety tips and non-life safety tips, our non-life safety tips are tips that are not urgent. There isn't a threat of substantial bodily harm and death. And these are tips that the crisis center and our school will normally work through. Our life safety tips are tips where a welfare check or law enforcement presence is needed. And so if you look at the breakdown here, our non-life safety tips are at 66%, and our life safety tips were at 34%. This number is pretty consistent again with what we see on a national level. We do see again increases in both mental health tips as well as concerns and threats on school campus increasing, and that is nationwide. And so I will stop and pause there to see if there are any questions before I then pass it back over to the team there. All righty, back to you all.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Jessica, for your part of the presentation.
Thank you. So thank you, board, and good evening to the district. So I wanted to speak on our end, what we're seeing and how we handle these tips when they come in. As was brought up in the presentation, when it's considered a life safety tip as determined by the call center, that's where the police department comes in. So we will get notified along with school district staff. It'll go directly to our dispatch center. They'll talk face-to-face interface with the call center in Florida, say that they've received the tip, open it up in the program, and they'll be able to see any information that was inputted by either school staff or by the call center. At that point, on a patrol side, we treat it basically as we would treat any kind of anonymous tip. We've had anonymous reporting and anonymous tip systems for a long time, so we treat it that way, just knowing that it might be school-related and juvenile-related, so we keep that in mind when we respond. So we'll gather information from our dispatch center, prior calls at the house, prior calls with the student, any past history. If our school resource officer's in, if it's during school hours, we'll talk with him and see if he's had any history with the student. That'll kind of determine our path as to how the welfare check's going to go. After that, our dispatch center is able to enter in information into the text box that everyone who received the tip can see as to either a disposition or just some pertinent information that can be relayed back. So that's kind of how we work for it on our end. The officers or dispatch center will be in contact with the school district and school site. And we've seen a lot of good work between the two sides there in getting children identified who maybe weren't identified based on the anonymous tip, tracking down where a rumor may have started so we know who to actually conduct the welfare check on. And there's been a lot of good work that way. So, and at the end of the presentation, I'll be here for any questions as well on the law enforcement side. Thank you.
So I'm speaking on behalf of all of our secondary schools here. And we wanted to start out by considering the context that Say Something is fitting into. In the secondary school, there are a great number of ways that students advocate for themselves. They start out by choosing their electives, they choose their own friends, they're joining clubs and sports teams and all of that. And as students learn to navigate those social experiences, we have adults on campus who are there to support them through every step of that way. Within the school day, the first layer of reporting for students is the adult supervision that we provide on campus. Campus monitors, teachers, counselors, paraprofessionals, administrators, custodians, and student nutrition employees often can be found chatting with students, getting to know them, understanding their social circles and their relationships, paying attention to what's going on with them as they may share information about, what they're feeling, things that are going on at home, things with friends, etc. We also have written incident reports that students can submit in the office. And so these kinds of incident reports students tend to use when they encounter something that they feel like they need support with or something that they've been really upset by. That can be things like teasing in a friend circle or some major social crisis that's happening with a whole friend group, relationship breakups, etc. It could be bullying, it could be a threat of a fight, those kinds of things as well. We also have a Google form that's listed on the district website that students use to report things like sexual harassment and bullying. So within that context, Say Something is yet another pathway that students can use to get help from the adults that they know. So most of this reporting that we use is not new. And no matter which form students use, we as district staff have an obligation to respond when we know that students need help. On any given day, site administrators receive dozens of reports through all of these systems. The necessary response when we receive these reports is to investigate them, to mediate them, and then to communicate with other adults who can help. As we investigate, we call students into the office for more information. Each case could take 10 minutes or hours or days to investigate. It might require 2 interviews or 20 interviews. It just really depends on the nature of the situation. In the case of a student conflict, the response from adults typically is a mediation with one of our guidance counselors, or it might lead to some consequence that's provided by an administrator or a restorative circle that's led by one of our administrators on site. Utilizing Say Something as an additional reporting system has several impacts on our school system. The first is anonymity. Students are able to report information without risking other students seeing them come into the office. It's something that a lot of middle school and high school students are concerned about when they're reporting something, especially if it's something in their friend circles. In many cases, this allows really essential information in our investigations to reach administrators very quickly. More often than not, we'll get 3 or 4 or 5 anonymous reports that give additional information to other incidents we're already investigating. The downside to this is that in some cases, investigations can't begin because some of the information that kids provide is limited because it's anonymous and we don't have anywhere to go. And they don't always respond to the back and forth that's within Say Something, although that portion is relatively small. In most cases, even when students are reporting anonymously, the caring and compassionate people on the other end of the crisis line are able to get them to provide enough information that we can follow through with the investigation. Another impact is the immediacy that's required. Students can access Say Something anytime. The benefit of that is that when they encounter social situations online or outside of school, that they need help with, they know that there's someone there listening. They know that the adults that they trust from school are the same adults who are available to help them outside of school. And we find that they do reach out for that help. It's not entirely different from how it is without Say Something, because often in the past, students would send a caring teacher an email or a chat message to reach out when something was going on with them and they felt like they needed help. But the difference with Say Something is the scale of that necessary immediacy. We also find that the severity of the reports on Say Something tends to be higher than the reports that we receive during school on paper. Due to the nature of those reports, we have to respond with urgency. So far this year at Russell, the middle school where I'm an assistant principal, we've had 113 Say Something reports. These reports include the following. Under the category of life safety, suicide ideation, or eating disorders, 25. Bullying and harassment, 38. Intent to harm, planned fight, or weapons, 12. Hate speech, 6. Drug use, 8. Domestic violence or abuse, 1. And in the category of other, 23. 93% of the Say Something reports we've received at Russell have come in outside of school hours. 35% of those reports have come in between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. I'm going to say that again, between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. As you can see from the list of categories, the intensity of subject matter in these reports requires an urgent response. And as Mr. Woolman has shared previously to the board, this kind of urgent and severe report requires immediate community response. We do work very closely with MPD to ensure that students in crisis or who may be in crisis receive help as quickly as possible. 105 of the 113 calls at Russell this year came in to Say Something on weekends and evenings. 36 of those calls required an immediate response due to concerns about possible life safety, suicide ideation, intent to harm, a planned fight, or possible weapon. That means that school administrators and counselors were called to respond at midnight on Friday or 3 a.m. Saturday or 6 a.m. Monday to either provide information that we may already know about individual cases we've been investigating, or to provide contact information so that MPD can be dispatched to begin the investigation with the student in their home. Say Something does provide an essential and important link for our students to reach out when they need help. But how we respond as a community to create systems for our youth to find the support they need urgently when we need it is a major question. And how we create structures in our schools that can adequately respond to maintain safe learning environments for our students during the day is another. Thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, thank you for your viewpoints and experience. It really does go a long way as far as trying to build a better community response.
I appreciate the data. Yeah. I appreciate the detail. One of the questions that was in my mind is, when is this occurring? You know, how much do you deal with during the school day? And then getting a clear understanding of how much you deal with, you know, beyond school hours is a part of the administration job or the management job that we really don't get a lot of information on in this context because we're so focused on the student learning, the fiscal, and those types of things. So thank you for sharing those pieces of data. They're very important to the board, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So as you can see, this has been a true collective concerted effort, especially this year. Sandra and myself have been in many meetings with Ryan and Jessica. Thank you guys for hanging in there at midnight, past midnight. But we've also presented, Greg and myself have presented at Superintendent's Cabinet. We've met with Sergeant Takis a number of times. The secondary administrators have met with the Milpitas Police Department around Say Something tips. And one thing that is coming up that we need support from the board is community response and community accountability. Schools can do so much, but as Ms. Delora just shared, there are things that pop up outside of school hours, and so we really need the parent and caregiver and community support so that students feel like they can go to other adults, not just within our school system, to get support. So if we are able to do that with some more parent and caregiver education, I think we'll have a really strong community response. Thank you.
Quick question, how much parent outreach or how much parent education has been provided about this particular program? Because as you pointed out, it really takes a whole community to really make this particular program successful. So how much have we done in terms of outreach specifically to parents, not to kids?
I believe each school site has done parent square messaging about the launch of the Say Something platform at the beginning of each year. But we are seeing a need to give more parent education, especially when a lot of tips this year have required the police response. So educating our parents around the fact that one of our top priorities as a school district and for the MPD is the safety of our students. And so whenever there is a concern or a tip, we're going to respond, as is Milpitas PD. So we're seeing a heightened need for more direct community response rather than that goes beyond the parent square messaging that has been sufficient in the past.
So a little over a year and a half ago, we had an issue with TikTok and the bathroom challenge, and we brought all the students together and had a meeting, and we talked to secondary leaders, and we talked about one of the ways that students could support, and someone had mentioned the Say Something app. And then we asked the question, had Say Something been rolled out at all of the schools? And there was a pause. And that told us that no, it had not been completely rolled out at all the schools. So the question is, now that we're a year and a half later, have we confirmed how many of our secondary schools has Say Something app been rolled out, or do we have that data?
All of our secondary sites have rolled it out. What is going to be new this year is at our elementary sites, which will be launching 6th grade come in January 2024.
Thank you.
And actually, I wanted to take a step back on launching to all 6th grade and just do a pilot with 2 schools.
I have a question for Jessica, if you're still online here. Jessica, as far as your data on the tips that you receive, how many of those are rooted or sourced from social media versus non-social media?
There are quite a few. So the majority of them, the after hours tips are rooted in social media. So the planned school attack ones that you saw that was a part of our top 5, those were rooted in social media. Those were pictures that were sent into the crisis center regarding images from a classmate or someone that they knew went to a school in the district. And so those tips were sent into us. So the majority of those tips were from social media images from students submitting those into the crisis center. Yes.
Thank you, Jessica. And then following up with Sergeant Takis, if I'm pronouncing that correct? Takis. When you get these anonymous tips in regards to the root of social media, what's your lead time or ability to really investigate or connect and review some of these social media instances?
Yeah, so that does provide a challenge to us. It depends on how much information is provided by the person giving the tip. So often they know who the owner of that account is. So they can say, you know, I saw this photo that this person posted, and that gives us a lead to go and talk to that person and conduct a welfare check there if we need to. If it's completely anonymous, they have no idea who that account holder is, then there's time that's taken if we have to write search warrants and then wait for returns. We're kind of at the mercy of when the companies give returns to us, and that'll just be determined by which social media company it is, Meta versus Snapchat, TikTok, etc. So it depends on the information we have to go off in the beginning, and then after that, it will take more time if we don't have any information to go off.
And those social media companies don't work 24/7, like the rest of your unit and the crisis center here, right?
It depends on the company. Often they have an urgent line, a life safety line that's 24/7 and taking warrant material in. But usually returns don't come back right away. They're not going to be an instant return. Often it can be up to a week or a few weeks, or it can be within a few days. But it's not going to be the time frame that we're looking for something that's that urgent. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I just want to, get a better picture. So how does it work? So the student, go into the app and says something, and it goes immediately to the police, or like how do you guys determine, or who takes a look at it first to determine the urgency?
And I can answer that question. And so students are trained, first of all, so that whole rollout is the student training. So students are trained to recognize the warning signs, to act immediately and to say something to a trusted adult, or to use the anonymous reporting system. And so they can do that in 3 different ways. And that's either through the app on their phone, through the website, or by contacting our hotline. When they use either one of these methods, it goes directly into the crisis center first. The crisis center immediately gets that submission. And so we do respond to a tip within 1 minute of receiving the tip. So if we get a tip at 12:24 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, you would expect to see a question or a dialogue, as mentioned there, within 1 minute of receiving that. So no later than about 12:25, we'll start to ask questions. Where is this happening? Is the student safe now? Our main questions are very similar to local law enforcement, and that is going to be who, when, where. These things will allow us to assess the threat. And so what makes a tip then goes to local law enforcement would be if there is a threat after gathering that information. So is there a current and imminent threat, or a threat that just happened that involves substantial bodily harm or death? Do we have screenshots? Do we have credible information? And we talk about these after hours tips. We do work hard to gather that information before we start making our phone calls at 10 and 11 o'clock at night to our school team. So we want to make sure we have all of that information first. And then we start to make our phone calls and we start to engage our school teams to let them know, hey, this is the information we've received. It is telling us that all signs are pointing to a welfare check is needed and that there is a threat here. We then begin to work and collaborate with our school teams. They review the information. Yes, absolutely. Here's the address. Within 30 seconds, we're already on the line with Sergeant Takis's team and putting together a welfare check. So it all happens pretty quickly, but there is a lot of information that is gathered. And if you know students like I know students today, it only takes a minute. We can throw in a question. Within the next minute, the next couple of seconds, we have a response back, and we're able to have about 5 questions answered in a matter of about 4 minutes. And the crisis center is quickly able to make a decision on if something is life safety or not.
Well, thank you so much for that.
Of course.
I would really just like to end by saying Sandra, myself, and a number of team members at the district level have access to the Say Something portal. So when I see a tip come in, I click on every single one to see if it's a point where I need to support the school site. We also can see the work that the school sites have done, so they're not having to replicate communication to us in other platforms. But I will say that a number of our tips that have come in, I always see the words, my friend. I'm concerned about my friend. So the amount or the level of care and concern our students have amongst themselves tells me that we are making progress in our Tier 1 relationship building. So that's something to be said.
Thank you so much. Moving on.
I would
All right.
just like to add that going back to what Assistant Principal Emily shared, it really is one of those conundrums, because on the one hand, we want to make sure that we save lives. This, I think it was Sunday night, no, it was Saturday night, that we had a student who reported herself as being at risk, and the police were dispatched, and it involved 3 of us getting the contact information. So when you receive those at midnight or 11:30 and you're getting ready to go to bed, that thought goes through your mind, what if this is the one? So you stop what you're doing and you go to find the information that's needed. And as much as we can, we work as a team. But on the other hand, it is something that is really taxing, and some way we want to determine how we can provide the service to our kids while at the same time supporting our leaders so that they can have the rest that they need in order to be their best. And I appreciate the work that each of you does, and especially the collaboration with our police department.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. Thank you, team, for your report there.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to reports. B, Superintendent's Office, Communication Publications of Milpitas Unified School District.
Thank you. This is primarily our communication specialist and board support, Scott Forstner. I asked him to put together this report because I wanted to assure that our board understands all the work that our communication specialist does that yields results such as the Wellness Center getting the publicity that it did.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Jordan. It's my pleasure to speak on the communications and publications for Milpitas Unified School District. It aligns with our strategic goal number 2, improve communication systems for better outreach to parents, students, and staff. And just looking at the dais here, I think every single one of you has helped me with the communications and spreading the good word of all the amazing things that we do here at Milpitas Unified School District. It really makes my job very easy. Okay, so it all starts out with a bit of planning and production, and I try to mix it up with our deliverables. We do everything from feature articles and press releases to feature videos, feature photos, and then we have some promo flyers and posters. And each of those, I work in collaboration with, different school sites, staff members, team members, community members, all different types of stakeholders within our MUSD community. So our target audiences, when we are sending out communications, our customers and consumers, so to speak, have a list here, our students and our families, and that's our current, future, and past MUSD family, because we always say, once MUSD family, always MUSD family. Our MUSD team members, community members, our community organizations, our local businesses, those are all our target audiences, and our expanded MUSD community is outside of just the schools. Our content, what we highlight in our communications and our publications, again, there's just so much going on, so much amazing things within our district. Our schools, our programs, our students, our families, our team members, our alumni. We're always doing special events, upcoming events. The grants and funding that we receive are just, it's just amazing and endless. So one of my favorite parts of the job is working on the district social media accounts, which was a point of emphasis when I joined the MUSD team in 2019, was to build up our social media accounts, because I truly believe that there is nothing like the power of social media. We can reach so many more people on multiple platforms, and each platform has different age demographics and things of that, so there is some overlap, but we are reaching different segments of our population within each of these platforms that I'll go over briefly for you. I know many of you are on a lot of these platforms. A lot of you help promote the district and the communications by sharing posts that I or other staff members put out, or family members, about the amazing things that our students do, that our teachers do, and that our programs provide. So just starting from left to right, I'll go over quickly. Facebook, we currently have 2,252 followers. We've reached nearly 9,000. And then I did a little analytics on there, and between October 5th and November 1st, we had 860 interactions and 164 clicks, possibly on some stories that we had on there. Not all of the posts need a click. If I go to, like I was here at Randall Elementary School when they were doing special readings, I take photos, I get some information about the program or what they were doing, and I post that on Facebook. So there is no click on that, but just really great. And then next door is pretty interesting. So we have a public agency page that we do. And so with that, everything we post goes to every single person on Nextdoor or within our area. So we have 24,894 members, and just in the month of October, 44 posts. Instagram, which is probably my favorite social media platform that we use. When I started out, we had maybe 50 followers. We have grown to over 1,000 with close to 2,000 posts on that platform. Then there's X, which is formerly known as Twitter. We have 343 followers. And then switching over to Google Spaces, which is our internal platform. Because as I mentioned before, some of our target audiences is, our team members here at MUSD. So we post on there. Everything I post on all the platforms that we get, but there are some things that I want to get specifically to our team members. We have a group, Everyone News and Notables, that I post on daily. Usually post on all the platforms, I'd say anywhere from 1 to 5 posts a day on all of the subjects that I spoke about a little earlier, and I'll have some examples later on. YouTube, which this meeting is streaming live on. We do a lot of videos on there. We have 516 subscribers, and we have posted 337 videos to that. We do, each year we after we come back in the second semester, we start doing We Are MUSD, highlighting our team members throughout the district. So that's something we'll get going fairly shortly. LinkedIn, which is a professional business network, which is a little different. I don't always post everything onto LinkedIn. I'm kind of a little more selective. If we're doing something, say, for the MUSD Innovation Campus, and includes Block Construction, KLA, who donated for the STEAM lab that's in their name, I like to plug them on there, and then their company and their employees who are on LinkedIn will see that. So, between October 30th and November 24th, we had 74 reactions, 188 page views, 101 unique visitors. Parent Square. So Parent Square is our internal messaging that goes out to not only our families, but also our team members and our students. And we can do that where it just goes to parents, it goes to parents and staff, it goes to parents, staff, and students. We can be selective on how we're going to send that out. Each of our school sites has Parent Square accounts, and then we have the district office account, and then there's other subgroups that we send out there. And so that's an amazing tool that goes directly to our parents. Now, it's different than our social media accounts. I'm not always putting, posts on there that we try to reserve our Parent Square for very important key matters that are going on. We don't like to overflood our Parent Square so our parents become numb to the buzzing on their phone. We want those to be important emails, but we do put out, from the district perspective, recently we had the Jack Emery Winter Festival, so I will put that out on our Parent Square to help promote that district-wide event. All right, so that goes through the social media platforms, and now moving on to our district communication platforms, we have our MUSD.org district website, which would populate with a lot of stories, and then, those stories, I put them on there, and then I take that link and I pop it onto Facebook, I pop it onto Instagram, I pop it onto Twitter, I sometimes put that on LinkedIn, I send it into our Google Spaces to our families, because everybody is connected in a different way. Some people are on one of those, some are on 2, 3, multiple, all of them, but I like to reach out to make sure that there's an opportunity for everyone to see what we're doing. Some people aren't on social media. I find that hard to believe, but that is true. Maybe they come to our district website, Or maybe they have children at Rose Elementary and they want to check out the Rose Elementary website and they see the wonderful things that are doing on there. What we established was we have announcements and district messages that go on each of our school district websites. Posters, flyers, events, things of that, messages, things of that nature. I just had an example from Synod Elementary that I saw that it has the spots there on their homepage. Forgive me if I'm talking fast, trying to get through here, but then we also have our 2 e-newsletters, our School Life newsletter, which we rebranded, used to be Campus Connections, now it's School Life. One of my favorite things to do, is promoting and highlighting the students, the staff, and the programs of this district. Just amazing things. It's a free, both of these are free subscriptions. You go to our website, you find the School Life or board highlights, and you can get a free subscription, and it just keeps you updated on everything that the district is doing. Our board highlights, so after this meeting, I will, I'll start sending stuff out slowly onto our social media accounts, like our amazing recognitions, some of the presentations, definitely our new officers on the board. We'll get those pictures out. And then I combine them all into an e-newsletter called Board Highlights. We have 7,539 subscribers. We have different groups within that. Employees, parents, students, board members, community members, media, PTA unit, and council officers. And that goes for both of those. And I am always taking for anyone to send in wonderful things about their students, their children that are doing great things. Send in a photo, send in a little blurb, something that they did, and I can be sure to get those into your School Life e-newsletter. All right, moving on to a little bit different kind of communications, but also involves all the things I talked about previously as our communications campaigns. And these are just a few examples of what we do. Enrollment, very key to keep our enrollment growing and attracting new families. Right here you see an example of a policy that this board right here passed last year or the year before to help with our enrollment. If you work in Milpitas, your child can attend MUSD schools. Amazing forward-thinking idea, and so we promote that out. That is something I definitely put on LinkedIn. Right? So if you're working in Milpitas, you have a professional LinkedIn account, but you live outside of the area. However, you come to work and commute every day, and you can't, in some cases, you have to rush home or hire somebody to come pick up your child after school or pay for after school care. But if you work here and you can have your child go to schools in Milpitas, easier pick-up, drop-off. So that was one campaign that we sent out. Then attendance, as we saw, we had a presentation previously, our second attendance initiative update. And before the school year started, the Showing Up Matters, I worked with Yvonne Sugimura, and we're always looking to boost our attendance rate, specifically this year. And every one of our school sites has this banner on their school, helpful tips on getting your kid to school, what it means to be chronically absent, things of that nature. Lastly, lastly on this slide, and an amazing thing that I have to give a shout out to Denise, who helps with our, and actually board trustee Norwood, who makes sure that this is always part of the contracts of our builders, is learning opportunities for our students, leveraging bond work to enhance student outcomes. It is just amazing that what these kids, our students, secondary students, get exposed to over our MUSD Innovation Campus, learning about careers in architecture, engineering, and construction. But for me, I help promote that these opportunities are available. I work with other staff members. We send that out on Parent Square. We speak with other team members at our secondary schools to help promote that with their kids. They go out to the construction site at the MUSD Innovation Campus. They've been at the Electrical Trades Workers Union, learning amazing things, and we're growing that with each opportunity. More on communications campaigns that we've done. This we really enhanced, just working with the team. We want to recruit and retain high quality educators and bring in the very best. We did have our high school principal and MUSD innovator of Milpitas High School and new campus programs, who may or may not be in attendance right now, was attracted by this flyer that we brought out and we sent to a recruiting agency to just show what Milpitas is about. You know, we don't want to just bring in anybody to fill a need. My job is to create this and just really personify what our culture of we is, what we're all about. And that was just one example. Another thing is our employee appreciation. We are MUSD family. All of our employees are valued and celebrated at MUSD, and that comes from the top down. Superintendent Jordan's office and door is always open line communication throughout our district. And then we like to show that we do value every single employee, part-time all the way to full-time. Our inclusiveness, our culture of we, it's not just talk. It's the way we are, what we do. Superintendent Jordan is always on top. Every cultural holiday event that is going on throughout the world, we want to recognize that because we want people to be proud of their upbringing, their background, their cultures, their religions. And so here's just one on Happy Diwali that we did, and we've had an amazing performance here this year with some sister siblings performing a classical dance. And so we do that in so many ways. None of this would happen without partnerships and collaborations throughout our district, throughout our city, throughout our region, throughout our state. We do what we can. So, we collaborate with our service organizations, our Chamber of Commerce, our Rotary Club, Kiwanis Club, Sunny Hills Neighborhood, Knights of Columbus. They come out here, they have these nice big checks, they support our programs. We have the backpack giveaways, we have the Kohl's shopping spree that we do before each that, and that just wouldn't happen without these partnerships and without these collaborations. So thank you to our service organizations. With all the buzz that I try to generate, or we try to generate together about the amazing things that we do here, my reach can only go so far. Our reach can only go so far. We reach out to our newspapers and websites, the Milpitas Beat, the Mercury News, the Milpitas Post, San Jose Spotlight, EdSource, and others to really promote what we do. And a lot of times the press releases that we're putting out, the stories that we're promoting throughout our social media platforms get picked up by these organizations and others, Patch, things of that nature. And then our reach just continues to grow, and they see what we're doing here in Milpitas. Business and governance partnerships, the Simon Group of a great mall, they do the classroom makeover every year, $500 to a teacher at each of our school sites. KLA, Block, Flex, our Santa Clara County Office of Education, the City of Milpitas, and of course all of our local and regional legislators who come out to our events, like the recent MHS Wellness Center grand opening, our MUSD ribbon cutting. I speak with their office representatives, and they're always more than obliged to come out and support our community. All right, and this is just the last slide. The value of relationship and relationship building. How does our messaging get amplified? What more can we do? I'm open for anything. I'm always open for new ideas and new ways to reach our MUSD community and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Any comments or questions? Superintendent Jordan, any?
I want to thank you, Scott, for your partnership and making sure that MUSD is out in the community. And the value of relationship is what you build through the different media platforms that you use. And I think the value of relationship also speaks to our team up here at the dais and our networks and what we do to
share what's happening at MUSD as well as the opportunities in MUSD is where we can play a role in supporting what Scott does. And then, of course, all of our team members at the schools and departments.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure. And I get other school districts calling me, people in similar positions, or they don't have a communications position. And how do you get this? How do you get all this stuff on the social media? And how do you do that? How are you in all these places at once? And it's not just one person. You guys contribute. Our board members are at so many different school-wide events. They send me photos, information about where they're at, and then I post that on there. It really shows how much they value being part of the district as well. So we're really leading in that regard, I feel.
Thank you, Scott. I remember when we first met in the office, and we were talking about the work and the vision of the superintendent, and you shared a little bit about your background and what you were hoping to do. Just a quick question for you. Based on what you were hoping to do, what was that? Was that 4 years ago, 3 years ago?
August 2019.
Right, 4 years ago. 4.5 years ago. Do you feel that you are accomplishing what your vision was when you started, or do you see that there's more work to be done in terms of the ability to measure the impact of your work?
Well, I feel like we've come a long way, that's for sure. Our followers on all the platforms are growing, but I feel like we can do more, and I'm still learning. I have a passion for all this. I enjoy my job. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the subjects that we highlight and all that. But there are more platforms out there. There are different ways to reach people that maybe I don't know about. And so we're getting there and ever expanding. Board Member Norwood, you have been invaluable in that in a lot of regards, and all of you have, helping along the way. So there's definitely more room to reach more families in other ways. And I think, multilingual, publications and things of that nature would be one that, I don't know how much that would take. If some of these platforms, as far as we use Constant Contact for our e-newsletters, if those would automatically translate into a language of choice, I think that would help reach it. And Superintendent Jordan's always, pushing for that. And we did just put out some things about our Randall World Languages School in 4 different languages, promoting our new Mandarin heritage language here at Randall, a district-wide open enrollment.
Great job, Scott. I've seen a huge, presence in the community through your work. So I appreciate that. And, I haven't been here quite many years. I think this is an excellent, example of what the power of communication can be.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Trustee Zhang.
Thank you, Scott. It's a great commitment towards your work that you do. And as people rightly say, communication is the key, and the effective way to reach out to the community would be, the social media, the communication. So thank you so much for whatever you do with the passion that you do. We look forward to, exploring more avenues for a greater good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing when you go out your experiences. That helps my job, makes it very easy.
Of course, teamwork makes the dream work, right?
Yeah, Scott, I have to say that you do amazing work. I met you, I started in 2018, and I met you like a year later or so.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw the passion in your work and your dedication to our district. We went through, I think your first year, you probably went through like a rough election, and there's so much going on, but you still stay focused on our district. And I appreciate that with all, that you're doing for the superintendent and that, but you're, the pictures and what we're sending you, you work on that right away and you send it out and you notify our community. And, they appreciate that too, especially like, the young kids, they're so happy to see it. They share it, with their families and their friends. So I appreciate the work that you do.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, there's so much positive things going on in Milpitas Unified School District that, I mean, I could put out 20 posts a day. It's so amazing. And Board Vice President Yip Chuan, you're out and about at all the schools doing amazing things too.
Thank you.
Anything else down there from the Executive Cabinet?
All right, thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Scott. Next item, review resolution 2024.21, a school digital citizenship and cyberbullying resolution. Previously, we asked our student board reps to work on this and bring it back to us as a board to review.
Yes, and I believe they're online now. I'm just going to look. Yeah, we have student board rep Sadvika, who really led the creation of this resolution. Let's see if she's, I guess her audio. Sadvika, your audio is not connected on there, so if you can figure that out. But I will say, just to start out, she and the other student board reps, Herodura and Rocha, surveyed their school communities, the students there, to help develop this resolution. They took it very seriously, and Karen Muska, who's a TOSA of certain things for the district, helped out as well and really provided the resources to help develop it, which came out of our study session, I believe, that we decided to do it. I can bring it up. We are, in finals mode, the students and everything, so they were here, and I know, they have some exams coming up and they had to go home and study. But let me see. Okay, let me bring up the resolution. This part, we're getting to get feedback. So they develop the resolution, the board and ECAB looks it over, provide feedback, and then the next meeting the meeting after, we bring it back for approval. So let me bring it up for you guys. Okay, I have it there on the screen. Oh, I'm not sure.
Board members, if we can take the opportunity to take a look at it, and if you find any suggestions, please let us know as far as anything that you like to see revised, added. If not, any feedback that we provide to the student board reps for us to review and approve at the next board meeting.
Sounds good.
So Board President, your ask is that we re-review the digital citizenship resolution, come back with, submit any suggestions that we have to you, to be submitted to the student board reps for adjustments, and then they will bring it back for us to decide whether or not we're going to adopt?
Yes, if that is okay with the rest of the board.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Scott, and thank you for the continued work with the students and building their capacity and the work that you do. This is definitely important, and we'll look to provide the feedback at the next board meeting.
Okay.
I would also ask, Board President, that because of the digital citizenship and safety resolution, that we ask the appropriate administrative staff to be able to review this as a resolution that's coming from the board, because there may be some actionable items that are within the resolution that we want to make sure that get executed as we strive to see that the community, our schools are as safe as possible.
Absolutely. And Superintendent Jordan, if you can coordinate that with the executive staff and our staff for their review as well.
Yep.
For feedback.
We'll do that. I'll take it to my superintendent's cabinet.
Great, thank you. All right, moving on to item 21, action items, Superintendent's Office. Adopt Resolution 2024.20, recognizing and honoring November as Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month.
So for this resolution, we are into December now, but it took a little time, but we developed it and was over at Rose Elementary School with Miss Najar, and she recruited 3 students, and they starred in this video right here.
Thank you to the MUSD Board of Education for recognizing November as Sikh Awareness Month. It's really important that we recognize this month. Sikh Americans have made huge contributions to American history, and it's important that we are recognized. So I am really proud to work for a district that does this. The Sikh population in India is less than 2%, and so we are a persecuted minority, and we really appreciate when we are recognized for our contributions and everything we have done.
Hello, my name is Gursev Singh, and today we're going to be talking about the Resolution 2024.20, recognizing and honoring November as California Sikh Americans Awareness and Appreciation Month. Whereas Sikh who originated in Punjab, India, have been living in the United States for more than 120 years. First entered California through Angel Islands Immigration Station in San Francisco, and whereas the first Sikh pioneers arrived in the U.S. and worked in railroad, lumber, or agriculture jobs, including hundreds of employees by Western Pacific Railways and Northern California, where they helped complete a 700-mile stretch of tracks between Oakland and Salt Lake City. And
Hello, my name is Arayda Slange, and whereas there are believed to be about 500,000 to 700,000 Sikhs in the United States, roughly half of them in California, and 27 million worldwide. And whereas Sikh Americans pursue diverse professions and make rich contributions to the cultural and economic vibrancy of California, Sikh Americans have served as members of Congress, mayors, judges, city council members, soldiers, and scientists. And the first Asian American elected to Congress was a Sikh named Dalip Singh Sandhu from the 29th California district. The largest peach, pistachio, okra, and raisin farms are all owned by Sikh farmers in California. And
hello, my name is Armando Sanj. Whereas the word Sikh means seeker of truth. Sikhism was founded 500 years ago when a man named Nanak walked the South Asian subcontinent, teaching that all paths lead to one God. All people are equal, and each one of us can experience freedom through loving and serving others. And whereas Sikh values are American values, Sikh community fosters love, equality, and the acceptance of all. Like American, Sikh stands against injustice and inequality wherever it exists.
now, therefore, be it resolved that Milpitas Unified School District hereby proclaims this month of November as California Sikh American
and Appreciation Month, and encourages all educators to commemorate this occasion with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs. Passed and adopted by the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education at a meeting held on December 12th, 2023 by the following vote.
Thank you, MUSD Board of Education.
Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none? Passed and adopted. Thank you, Scott. Moving on to action item A2, nominate potential candidates, if any, to stand for the election to the Santa Clara County Committee on School District Organization.
Scott, would you please put the sheet up?
So in this instance, there is a potential seat, I believe, open in our particular region. If any board members here are interested, we would have to nominate them as a board to be able to be eligible for the county to appoint.
I would like to nominate myself, if that's okay with the rest of the board.
Yes, so Clerk Naka is requesting a nomination to be part of it. Anyone else here? No?
I'll second the nomination of Board Clerk Naka.
Perfect. We have a nomination and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none? Thank you, Trustee Clerk Naka. And good luck on the county appointment. Item B, Business Services, accept the 2023-2024 first interim report and submit a positive financial certification to the Santa Clara County Office of Education. Assistant Superintendent, Business Services.
Yes, good evening again. And so tonight in the board agenda, we have a few documents attached here for your reference. I'll just quickly walk you through those attachments. And we have the first, this is the state standardized report that we will submit to the county and also the state. It has a summary of all the funds, and internally we created an income statement. It's more like a summarized document of this package. And then we also have our multi-year projection worksheet, and this is kind of the similar worksheet that we provided to you at each major budget update. Then an income statement. Income statement is a summary of revenues and expenditures of each fund. And then we also prepared a report just to go over the detail of the changes. So that if you wanted to see each major categories under revenues and expenditures and the changes compared to the last board approved budget, we listed here for your reference. And we also prepared a short presentation that has the highlights of our first interim. And I'll invite our supervisor from Business Services, Duke Wu, and to kick us off then. Let me share the presentation. Okay, here we go. Can you guys see it?
Yes.
I see it now. Okay. Okay, Dukes.
Is that on?
Is the mic on?
Hello? Okay, I'm sorry about that. So we're going to talk about the first interim budget. Today, the purpose of the first interim budget is to provide the update to the board, to the staff, and the public of the district's current general fund financial status, and submit the final certification to the County of Santa Clara. So as you can see up there on the slide, we have multiple options to check of the financial certification. So the first one, you can see there's a positive one, that the option means that we meet the financial obligation for the current year and 2 subsequent years. If you see the qualified option, that means if we check that, that means the district may not meet the financial obligation for the current year or 2 subsequent years. The negative one is the one that we don't want to see, where the district will not meet the financial obligation. So that's the purpose of our certification. That are the options that we have there. As you can see, the positive, that means we have a good sign there. So we're going to use the actual data starting from July 1st to October 31st, and we would project that for the whole year of our financial status. Next slide, please. As you can see here, our projected total revenue for the year is 164.9 mil, and the majority of our revenue coming from the local control funding formula. That is basically pretty much based on our average daily attendance. A lot of that money coming from state funding. And the other source of revenue that we arrive from the state revenue, you see that's the next major item that we can see there is about 13% of our revenue, about 21 mil. And the federal revenue and the special ed revenue, as well as the local fund revenue. The local fund revenue, I want to point out that's basically all the local grants, donations, and partial tax, and a small portion of the 3% transfer in. That's where the money transfer in to balance the budget. So that's all total major revenue for the year. Next slide, please. As you can see, the total expenditures about $186 million right there, and most of the expenditure goes to the salary portion. We're looking at 51% of the salary portion for certificated and classified. That's roughly about $96 million right there for the salary. And the benefits cost 41 mil. That takes up 22%. So if you add more three together, it's about 73% of our expenditures come out of the salary and benefits. The rest go to supplies, operating, and other outgoing, such as indirect costs. So that's a total of $186 million allocated to that portion right there.
Okay.
So now I'm going to pass it on to Wendy to go over in detail multi-year projection and the comparison of the approved budget and the first interim budget. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you, Duke. Thank you. I want also appreciate you for stepping up since our director is on maternity leave, and Duke has been working with our team, and they're working very hard to come up with this budget presentation. To work on this first interim. So I really appreciate you, Duke. And okay, I'll continue on. And one thing I also want to point it out, in this total expenditures, you can see we have almost 25.7 million supplies. This is because most of those supplies were the carryovers from previous year. We had almost 23 million carryovers from restricted programs, and then we bring them fully now into our budget. Of course, we're not going to spend 25 million in this year. So in a way, after this, because of this amount increase, proportionally our percentage for salaries and the benefit reduced. Because normally our budget is over like 83 or 85% on people. So our salary and the benefit is a huge majority of them is like 85%, but now it seems it's a little bit lower. It's because of this. So after we close out or finish out this year, I'm sure the supplies you'll see it will be reduced, and then whatever the balance that we'll just carry forward to next year. We summarized some major changes in this first interim budget update versus the adoption. The adoption was done back in May, and those are just the highlights. And because our LCFF is the local control funding formula revenue, this is the largest income source for us. We had an increase of 834,000. And we added in the transportation reimbursement. In order for us to receive this funding, we will need to provide a plan, which we're working on it. And we will bring that for board approval before April 1st. And then we received a slight increase for special ed apportionment. And we also made some other adjustment in our expenditures. At this first interim, normally we will look at every positions and each individual programs and to realign the budget. And for example, like for the salaries and the benefits, we had some positions that we had a late start and some of our substitute budget, and we think we don't need that much. So we adjust our projections. And so the net financial impact is about 1.6 million. What this really means to our general fund ending fund balance is that means we will need 1.6 million less from our reserve to balance the budget. So this is actually a positive impact to us. Now let's look at the factors that we use in this projection for LCFF, the local control funding formula, since this is the largest income source. And the blue letter here is representing the factors that we used back in May during adoption. And the black is right now, the current projection. And the ADA is average daily attendance. Tonight we spent a lot of time talking about attendance. So it is important for students' learning. It's also important for our funding. Current year, this time we did not make any adjustment. But for the subsequent 2 years, we increased our projection because this year's enrollment went up. I have a separate slide I'll show, I'll go over in details with you. And the COLA is cost of living adjustment. There's no change in the current year, but the subsequent 2 years with the recent projection released by the Legislative Analyst Office, they're projecting a possible like a fiscal downturn in next year. And the current COLA from Department of Finance is still 3.94% for next year. But based on all the state revenue shortfall collections and also the next year's economic outlook, and right now we're reducing the COLA at 2%. So I'm using 2% for our projection. And there was the speculation that the COLA could be even lower than 2%. We will have a better information probably in May, okay, for next year. The UPP is our supplemental student count. This is the unduplicated student count. So there are our English learners, low-income students, and foster youth students. And this year is the first year that we changed the data collection. The state allow us to do self-reporting, and our data went up. Our UPP percentage this year is close to 50%. But things for this calculation is average of 3 years, so that means current year plus 2 previous years. So we're now averaging at 44%. It has increased compared to the adoption. And this is the main factor that why we have 800,000 increase in our local LCFF funding. And because of this increase, and it helped in our subsequent 2 years, so we increased our projection as well. And just, each time we change the factors, it will change in our projection. So cumulatively, you can see our LCFF revenue at the first interim, the projection is cumulative. We have about 3 million increase compared to what we did back in May at the adoption. So that's the overall picture, big picture overview for our revenue projections. And this table is a summary of the statutory benefits. So for each dollar we pay in salary, and the employer is also required to pay additional statutory benefits. And for 23-24 is current year, the total certificate percentage is 22.4%. And the classified is 36.19%. And I just want to point it out, the difference between certificated and classified employees, because this stirs, the state actually is paying off on behalf of the district. So for us, this year, we're projecting about $6.5 million that payment that the state is going to make on behalf of us. That is equal actually about 8% for our district. And then the major difference besides that, and then it will be this Social Security. The certificate employees, we do not need to make this contribution for them. And also, the certificate employees includes the administrators, as well as the classified employees and all the classified managers. Their statutory benefit percentage is the same. It's here. Now let's look at our enrollment projection. As I shared earlier, our enrollment is better this year. So I used last year and the year before just as a reference point. And those are actually actual. So the blue line represents what our projection was back in May from our demographer. And the red line is what we have right now, our projection that we use for the first interim. So 23-24 is now current year. This is the CBES. Our actual enrollment on the CBES day was 10,200, a slight over. And back then, when we did our adoption, the projection was just around 10,000. And then a very slight increase for next year, almost flat. And then we start to grow in the year of 25-26. And right now, at the first interim, we're just assume right now we keep the enrollment flat at the current year level. And that means in next year, if the enrollment, the actual enrollment is better than what we projected, and we can also keep our attendance rate at least 96.5%. That means we will have additional gain in funding. Right now, I'm using 96.5% as our attendance rate for the next 2 years. And we're also working with our demographer to do the enrollment projection. We'll share that with the board when that information is available later on. Here is now multi-year projection summary. First, the interim current year, 23-24, and these are the 2 subsequent years. And you will see I highlighted here just to bring this to your attention. 22-23 was the actual. Last year, we actually transferred $4.7 million from our reserves to balance the budget. So if you wanted to know what was our structural deficit last year, this is a good way to look at it. How much money we use we transferred from our reserve to balance the budget. That's basically how much we were short. But we finished out with a good ending fund balance. We had a 27.7 million, right? But most of those almost 23 millions are from the programs, the restricted programs, especially toward the end of the school year. We received like almost 10 million from the state for the one-time learning recovery block grant. We received also about 4 million for the art music one-time grant. So all of this money came in, but they also have restrictions and strings to attach it. So in a way, this ending fund balance and most of those ending fund balance, they're restricted. And then this year, first interim, we bring this carryover into our budget. So you can see our expenditures were projecting at 186.9 million. We're assuming we're going to spend it, but in reality, we will not. And so after we close out the year, and I will anticipate our ending fund balance will be a lot higher than 5.7 million. This is just more like an accounting cycle. Each year we're doing this, we have a carryover, and we bring the carryover to next year's budget, so on and so forth. And current year in this projection, the first interim, there is no salary improvement. That means I did not include any salary increase in this projection. And right now, we are projecting we need about 2.9 million from our reserves to balance the budget. And the year after, we need about 4.2 million. And guess what? By the end of, in 25-26, we will fully spend our reserves, and we will need help from our building fund. That's where we are right now in a big picture summary. Here's another way just to look at our fund balance and in our reserve fund and also building fund. And our reserve is, we use it to help out the general fund operations as needed. And what I did here is just a summary of the estimated fund balance. At the adoption, this column is what we projected at adoption. So back then in May, we were thinking after we finish out the current year, we only have 3 million left. Now with this first interim projection, we're doing better. So we're estimating we have about 5.9 million left in our reserve fund that we can use next year, and which next year we're going to use about 4.8 million. So we have about 1 million left. And then in the year of 25-26, we're going to deplete our reserve fund, and then we'll have to rely on our building fund, because those reserve fund is like in our bank account. Once you spend it, it's gone. And fortunately, I do want to point out, I mean, our building fund is doing well, and compared to what we projected back then in May. And by the end of third year, we have about 25 million in our building fund. And so, as Duke shared earlier, we're going to submit a positive certification for our first interim. That means the district is able to meet our financial obligations for the current and the 2 subsequent years. So this, I'll stop here, and this ends our presentation for tonight.
Great, thank you, Wendy. Is there any public comment, Scott?
We have no public comment at this time.
All right, board members, any questions, comments?
Yeah, Wendy, I recall several years ago when we were thinking about the first, I think it was 2014, or 2016, where there was a possibility of a bond for the district. And the conversation around the bond, the research that was done was about how much work our buildings needed across the district. And I think that number was something like 400 million or something really, really large number.
It was a 700, over
right, 700 million. So while I'm recognizing you saying we have a healthy building fund, there was a lot of work that necessarily didn't get done because we the bond that we passed in 2018 was only 284 million, and we were talking back in 2016 we needed 700 million. So I would be interested in knowing what work still needs to be done for our buildings so that we can actually look at this building fund in an actuality in terms of what we might need to be spending in some of our older campuses. At the beginning of the school year, when I did the presentation at the staff meeting, I talked about how old our buildings were, 69, 68, 73, you know, and those are basically still the same buildings that we had from before. So I would be very interested in at some point seeing, you know, what do we need to take care of so that this number around our building fund could be possibly, or there's a strategy around spending that down.
Yeah, Sharon and I were just whispering. For this next school year, hopefully when we have a director of facility on board, and we will need to do another update on our facility assessment. And honestly, this building fund, originally, it was not really intended for our facility, like to build new schools, and this is more like for maintenance and repairs.
Yep.
For example, like we have a solar system. Our solar system probably will last for another 5 or 6 years, and then we really need to think about what we need to do with our solar system. We need probably at least 15 to 20 million to upgrade or to do some repair because the panel is kind of out of
And think about battery storage because we didn't have, because we
So
generated.
the building fund definitely is not sufficient to take care of our facility needs. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? With that, do I have a motion to accept the first interim report?
Motion to accept.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Report adopted. Item C, Human Relations. Conduct a public hearing on Sunshine Proposal, Milpitas Unified School District, initial proposal for successor contract to the California School Employees Association, Chapter 281.
Board President, we're familiar with the public hearing process, so I would like at this time to make a motion to conduct the public hearing on the Sunshine Proposal for the Milpitas Unified School District, initial proposal succession contract.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Open public hearing. Thank you.
No timer?
Make a motion to close the public hearing and do it now.
Board President, I'll go ahead and make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Moving to the next item, conduct public hearing on Sunshine Proposal, CSEA, Chapter 281, initial proposal for successor contract to the Milpitas Unified School District. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor to open the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Public hearing open.
Thank you, Brett.
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Go ahead.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, public hearing closed. Item 22, consent items. Consent items are considered routine and will be acted upon by the board in one motion. There's no discussion on these items prior to the motion unless board members of the board, staff, or public request that specific items be tabled or removed for discussion or correction. Are there any items? Looking right, looking left, taking a double take. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the consent items?
Motion to approve the consent items.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving consent items?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, consent items are approved. Dates of future board meetings. January 9th, tentative study session, 5 p.m., tentative closed session, 6 p.m., open session at 7 p.m. on hybrid on Zoom, YouTube, and in the World Languages School. January 23rd, tentative study session, 5 p.m., tentative closed session, 6 p.m., open session, 7 p.m. And any announcements or reminders?
Wishing everyone a good holiday season, since this is our last board meeting of the year.
I'm glad that we are closing out 2023 with a wonderful governance team and great district staff team on behalf of all of our learners.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan.
And I just wanted to congratulate all the shared governance, just to echo Superintendent Cheryl Jordan, and thank you so much. Our immediate past President, Chris Norwood, for all your mentoring, for all your guidance and support that we look forward to going forward for the greater community and the support that we expect. And true leaders make new leaders. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Clerk Naka. Yeah. With that said, thank you so much. Looking forward to another productive year after a good holiday break, but we still got a week and a half of school left and a lot of community events at each of the school sites for the winter festivals coming up. And with that said, do we have a motion to close the meeting?
Motion to
Adjourn.
close.
Do we have a
Motion to
second?
adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.